Check. Check.
from School of Mechanical Engineering, VIT Vellore, take the privilege to welcome you all for the felicitation function in honor of Dr. B. Nagalingam, organized by the former students of Professor B. Nagalingam at IIT Madras and at SRM University. So I welcome with the bouquet. I welcome Professor with the bouquet by calling Professor J. Mallikarjuna from IIT Madras. Thank you, sir. I welcome Professor Chandramouli, Chief Guest of the function, HOD of the Mechanical Engineering Department, IIT Madras, with the bouquet by Amol Relkar. Thank you, sir. So now I welcome Madam with bouquet with Mrs. Chitralekha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So I welcome Professor Ramesh with the bouquet by Mr. Nagarajan. Thank you, sir. So I welcome Mr. C. Prakash, Ashok Leyland, Engines, Product Development with bouquet by Kedar Kanse. Thank you, sir. So let us start formally our inaugural function. So now I would like to invite Mr. Nitin Kulkarni to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, sir. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Gurave Namaha, Gurave Namaha. Good afternoon and heartiest welcome to respected Dr. B. Nagalingam, sir, Mrs. Nagalingam, Dr. Chandramouli, sir, Sri Prakash, sir, and Dr. A. Ramesh, sir, and all staff of IC Engines Lab, respected professors from IIT and other institutes, respect honorable industry experts and my friends. I am Nitin Kulkarni from MTech AET batch of 2001-2003 from IIT Madras. It's my honor, a privilege and a heartfelt joy standing before you today as we gathered to celebrate a remarkable milestone, the 80th birthday of our revered professor, Dr. B. Nagalingam, sir. This is a moment to reflect an exemplary life of dedicated to knowledge, wisdom, and selfless service of shaping the young minds. A teacher, a guide, a mentor, Dr. B. Nagalingam, sir, has been an embodiment of the shloka I just recited. His energy, intellect, and passion continue to inspire all of us. His words are principles of life that stayed with us long after we left the classroom. The knowledge he has imparted extends to the way we think, the way we perceive challenges, and the way we grow as individuals. On this joyous occasion, we express our deepest gratitude to you, sir, for being the guiding light of life in our lives. We celebrate not just your birthday today, but the impact you have had on each of us. With these words, I extend warm welcome to all of you. Now, I would like to recite a small poem which I have written on Dr. B. Nagalingam, sir. After a decade at my job then, I got an offer to study at IITM. In 2001, my new journey began with Professor Dr. Nagalingam, a visionary man. At IIT Madras, where my knowledge would grow, he led with wisdom, helping our futures glow. He spoke little, but each word very wise. With crisp clarity, he opened our eyes. A mentor, a scholar, so humble, so true. Dr. B. Nagalingam, sir, we owe much to you. In simple plain clothes, he would glide on his moped to the office each day where his wisdom was spread. His quiet confidence, yet his words rang true. He taught us to take risk, to always push through. For students far from home, in a world unknown, he became our guide, our safety, our own. When language was foreign and streets unfamiliar, he ensured we were cared for like family we had grown. More than a teacher, he was a fatherly guide. Through routine tasks and the moments of pride. Never a harsh word, always calm and kind, a scholar at heart with a compassionate mind. He got his doctorate in 1976. For comparison, I was just 6. He has a lifetime of wisdom and knowledge so rich. On his 18th birthday celebration, we wish him all the best for health, wealth and happiness and the life's very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your earnest welcome address. So now I take this opportunity to brief about the felicitation function. Respected dignitaries, honored of the dais, very good afternoon. Dear friends, we are gathered here today to honor and celebrate a truly remarkable milestone, the 80th year of our beloved professor, a guiding light and a source of inspiration to all of us. Let me quickly brief about the celebration of the 80th year felicitation of our esteemed professor. It was initiated by our respected Professor Ramesh Shah in the first week of November 2024, followed by the formulation of a dedicated organizing team comprising former students of IIT Madras and SRM, all united in their gratitude for the professor's contribution. The team began by gathering stories, achievements and milestones from the teacher's memorable career to highlight during the event. A program outline was crafted featuring speeches from distinguished guests, heartfelt testimonials from our former students and special tributes through a short video about Professor's biography. The venue was carefully selected to accommodate the anticipated guests and invitations were sent well in advance. Attention was paid to every detail from the preparation of mementos and gifts that reflected the professor's legacy to the choice of refreshments that catered to diverse tastes. The event was designed not only to honor the professor's remarkable journey, but also to inspire and celebrate the enduring impact of education. The students' response to the felicitation program was tremendously positive. They were deeply moved by the thoughtful ideas and the heartfelt tributes that would be presented during the event. Former students are going to share their professional experiences and express their gratitude for the profound influence of the professor had on their lives after the lunch break. The celebration fostered a sense of community and pride. leaving everyone with lasting memories and renowned appreciation for the professor's invaluable educational contributions. So I would like to brief you on a few things about the professor. From the very beginning, the professor has been an example of knowledge and wisdom, dedicating his life to the pursuit of education and the betterment of his students. His journey started in 1968, 57 years ago, when he stepped into the world of teaching with a heart full of passion and a mind eager to impact wisdom. Over the decades, he has touched countless lives, shaping the future of generations with his unwavering commitment and kindness. Throughout his career, Professor has achieved numerous awards and honors. His dedication to teaching has earned him the respect of his students, colleagues, and the broader educational community. His ability to connect with the students on a personal level and his tireless efforts to foster a love of learning have set him apart as an excellent educator. Beyond the classroom, Professor has been a mentor, a friend, and a role model. His passions, compassion, and unwavering support have proved countless students with the confidence and motivation to pursue their dreams. He has always been there to offer guidance, whether it is through academic advice or life lessons, ensuring that his students are not only well educated but also well prepared to face the challenges of the world. The legacy of the professor extends far beyond the walls of IIT Madras. His influence can be seen in the success and achievements of his former students, many of whom have gone on to become leaders in their respective fields, and some of them are present today to witness Professor's success. His teachings and values have left an unforgettable mark on all of us, and his legacy will continue to inspire future generations as well. Sir, this is an important occasion. We express our deepest gratitude and respect of your exceptional service and dedication to education. Your impact on our lives is immeasurable, and we are forever grateful for the knowledge, wisdom, and guidance you have shared with us. As you celebrate this milestone, we wish you continued health, happiness, and fulfillment. So may your legacy continue to inspire and guide us many years to come. Finally, please join me in raising a tribute to our professor, a true example of excellence in education and a source of inspiration to all of us. Let us raise up and we can. So thank you very much. So let us enjoy a day with our professor. So thank you once again. So we are honored to have a symbol of success as our chief guest. To know more about him, I would like to invite Professor M. Loganathan, Annamalai University, Chidambaram, to give you a brief introduction about our honorable chief guest, Dr. Chandramouli, Professor and Head of the Department of IIT Madras.
So welcome audience. So welcome to all. I am very much pleasure to take this opportunity, this forum for introducing Dr. Chandramouli sir. Okay, sir. Dr. Chandramouli Badmanav is a distinguished professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering at IIT Madras with extensive experience in academia and industry. He earned his PhD and MSME from the Ohio State of University in 1994 and in 1990 respectively, following his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Madras in 1987. His professional career spans roles as a senior project engineer at Copeland Corporation, Ohio, and various faculty positions at IIT Madras, where he has been professor since 2006. His research interests include machinery noise and vibration and vibration control, nonlinear and multibody dynamics, fluid structure, acoustic interactions, and the acoustic of Indian musical instruments and temple pillars. Dr. Chandramouli has received several prestigious awards such as M.S. Narayan Memorial Acoustical Society of India 2018, the Thomas French Achievement Award from the Ohio State University at 2016, and Sir C.V. Raman Award in 2011 and 1999. Apart from that, he was also honored with the Young Engineer Award by the Indian National Academy of Engineering in 2000. A dedicated mentor, Dr. Chandramouli has guided more than 17 PhD and 16 MS research scholars as of December 2020, along with supervising more than 92 MTech and dual degree in 46 BTech project as on June 2020. With a strong academic and research background, Dr. Chandramouli continues to make significant contributions to the fields of acoustic, dynamics, and fluid structure interaction. So I am also very happy to invite Sir for this forum, because I am also studied PhD in Mechanical Engineering Department, IIT Madras. I am very much happy for inviting Sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I request Mr. C. Prakash to honor our chief guest, Dr. Chandramouli, by presenting a shawl with a memento as a token of our respect and affection. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, I would now take the opportunity to invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Chandramouli, to enlighten us with his inspirational words.
So, very good afternoon to all of you. It was a great pleasure, to see Professor Nagalingam after such a long time. So, we had two overlaps. First, of course, when I was a student, BTech student at IIT Madras, IC engines was probably one of the favorite things for most of us. Very fascinating for all of us. So, and then of course when I returned about 10 years later to join IIT Madras, unfortunately initially I was not in mechanical engineering department, I was in applied mechanics department, and I'm not sure when Professor Nagalingam retired, but I think we did have a overlap officially, but they are not, unfortunately there was not too many interactions. But I have seen him around whenever I have, visited the IC Engines lab. Professor K.V. Gopalakrishnan was our IC Engines teacher. And of course, I think Govinda Mallan, Professor Nagalingam, and several others. So this was, as I said, one of the labs that we really enjoyed, doing experiments during our stay as a BTech student. And of course, the most famous student that he has, who is part of us, is Professor Ramesh here. And I think Mallikarjuna would have also attended classes and interacted very well with him. So I think my regret is that we couldn't interact much, either when I was a student or when I was a faculty. Or I think we had a brief overlap as a faculty when I joined. But nevertheless, a lot of the fact that we see so many people is testament to this is what a guru wants, right? So when we retire, we have targets nowadays saying I have to publish this many papers, I have to graduate that many students, and so on. So if you ask us what is the most important, it is the students that we graduate. right? So because they are the ones, when we reach such an age, it is a pleasure to know that we have made an impact. And I'm, looking at the audience here, it is very clear the kind of impact that Professor Nagalingam has made. And through his student, continues to make through their students. So you can see that entire family tree kind of evolve, so I always joke. So we have students, then grand students and great grand students and so on, so I'm sure that tree has grown tremendously. Of course, this I'm only talking from an academic perspective, but, he has been able to also the reason that mechanical engineering department at IIT Madras is rated of the faculty who have built this all along, right? So we are about 65 years old, and people like him, in the early stages when this institute was, basically a fledgling institute, people like him were responsible for building the reputation, which we are all, reaping the laurels of that reputation. Of course, we also continue to contribute to that reputation, or keeping it up is a lot difficult, as Mallikarjuna will testify, Professor Ramesh will testify that it takes a lot to keep that flag going. So, so naturally, people like you have made, contributed to where the department is today, and I hope, you will at least drop in and see us once in a while. I'm planning. In fact, the thought has been crossing my mind. Last time I thought before convocation we will call all our retired colleagues and have a get together. I think now, having come to today's function, I think I now have I should push it and then get to see all of these people who have built the department to where it is today, and IIT to where it is today. So they've all contributed significantly. And as I said, I'm very, very happy when Professor Ramesh said, please come. So, it is basically an honor and privilege for me to be here. Basically an opportunity to see him after, so many years and spend some time with him. So I'm very happy and thankful to Professor Ramesh and the other organizers for having invited me to this function. So I will, close the speech with that, and then let the others who have interacted more closely with Professor Nagalingam to share reminisce about their interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Certainly, your address goes a long way in inspiring us to strive hard and achieve more. So now I request Dr. Loganathan to honor Professor Ramesh by presenting a shawl and memento. Thank you, sir. So now I request Mr. Kedar Gokhale to honor Mr. C. Prakash with a memento and shawl. Thank you, sir. Today, as we honor and celebrate the incredible journey of a visionary, a mentor, and a guiding light in the academic world, Professor B. Nagalingam, I would like to invite Professor A. Ramesh to give a brief presentation of Professor B. Nagalingam's journey, followed by a short video of Professor B. Nagalingam's journey.
Good morning to one and all. I am honored to make this presentation today on the journey of our beloved professor, Professor B. Nagalingam, who is also our mentor. We all fondly call him Professor BN, and I think many people know him as Professor BN. I have been continuously associated with Sir since 1983 when I joined MTech at IIT Madras. We have always respected and admired him and his family. I have greatly benefited by Sir's advice all along my life, which has always been much more than an academic interaction. I thus consider this opportunity a rare privilege to make this humble presentation today. Sir was born on the 7th of December 1943 in Bhavani in Erode, in Tamil Nadu. His parents are Mrs. Narayani Ammal and Mr. Bedannan. Professor B.N. lost his father when he was even in his first standard. And Professor Sir recalls that with very great difficulty, only his mother had to take care of the 4 siblings due to their dire economic condition. Under this situation, Professor continued his schooling in the Government Boys High Secondary School in Bhavani, but had to discontinue midway in his 8th standard and take up the task of helping his mother in weaving jobs. His class teacher and headmaster, looking at his good academic performance, recommended him to and promoted him in spite of all this, looking at his excellent performance. He continued his studies while simultaneously helping his mother in weaving and completed the secondary school leaving certificate. We used to call it SSLC in those days, in 1960. And that was the year when I was born. And however, he could not automatically join the pre-university course. We used to call it PUC at that time, as the college and hostel fees were unaffordable. Due to the support of a relative, he then joined and completed his pre-university course with high grades. He even thought he was eligible. He was eligible for. It's not on. Maybe it's not on. Is it on? So again, money was the issue, and however, assuring his mother. Yeah, again, money was the issue, and however, assuring his mother that he'll continue his studies only if he gets a scholarship. Sir joined the college with a lot of difficulties.
YouTube.
Sorry. So, Sir could not automatically join pre-university course as the college hostel fees was unaffordable. And due to the support of a relative, he then joined and completed his pre-university course with high grades. And he was eligible for going for both medicine and for engineering, but he had to pursue his childhood dream of becoming an engineer, and he went into engineering. He got admission in the famous PSG College of Technology in Coimbatore. Again, money was the issue. However, assuring his mother that he'll continue his studies only if he gets a scholarship, Sir joined the college with a lot of financial difficulties. He got the scholarship and thus could successfully complete his BE in mechanical engineering. Then he considers his study at PSG a very important part of his life journey, because it is there that he made a lot of friends, indulged in sports and entertainment apart from his studies, of course. This, he says, changed his profile and outlook. Sir graduated from PSG College in 1966, a time when job opportunities were rare. He got a position as an associate lecturer in PSG itself, which he was not very keen on taking at that time. However, his family's financial position needed him to work and earn, and so he opted to do his PG, post-graduation, with scholarship. And guided by his senior, Mr. Kasi Gondan, he applied for ME in IISc Bangalore. Though professor was offered admission, he was not able to pay the fees of even rupees 500 for admission. and that was the admission fee. So one of his friends went out of the way to help him, and he searched for him and helped him and made him join this course. And he could continue this course with a stipend of rupees 250 per month, out of which he used to save and send money to his house. After this, Professor joined IIT Madras in 1968, along with his classmates, Professor T. Nagarajan and Professor Ravindran. Then he got married in 1970 to Madam. Madam's name is Mrs. Kanchanamala, who is here, and she hails from Vadapadi. He got admission with financial assistance at the University of New York for his PhD, but he preferred doing it at IIT Madras and continued his calm. He says that the calm and beautiful campus of IIT Madras attracted him. He first visited USA in 1980 along with Madam and traveled to several places with his friends there. However, he had to cut short his trip as he was offered the prestigious Humboldt Fellowship in Germany. He thus moved to Aachen Technical University for 2 years. I am proud to say that Professor was one of the first researchers in the world to work on hydrogen as a fuel in engines. Today we talk a lot about hydrogen, but it was very, very early, those days when hydrogen was not even well known as a fuel, and people used to find it very difficult and dangerous to use it. And it was at that time that he worked on hydrogen. He continued this work at IIT Madras on his return, and Professor Prabhu Kumar, who is also here, who is also present here, did his PhD in this area, and he was the first PhD student who worked in IIT Madras on the use of hydrogen in engines. Sir's visit to Germany under the fellowship was more than once. I also should recollect that Mr. Prakash, who is here, also worked on hydrogen engines before that, again under the guidance of faculty of our lab. Using the funds offered to him under this fellowship, that is Humboldt Fellowship, Sir procured a high-speed small power dynamometer from Vibrometer of Switzerland, which I remember as a student when I was in MTech. And he also got a metal hydride storage device where we could store hydrogen. It's a solid-state storage of hydrogen. And these equipment were rare, and many people used to come from the industry and other institutes to just see it. And I know that even TVS and others were about to use those equipment. Professor also went to Netherlands for doing his joint research. He also worked in Libya. He has visited several countries, including UK, France, Germany, Netherlands, and USA several times, apart from Belgium and Libya. Apart from guiding 24 students for their PhD and several students for their master's degrees, Sir has published more than 200 research papers in international journals and conferences. He was instrumental in developing state-of-the-art facilities for experimental research at the IC Engines laboratory. He was the architect of the first classroom-based MTech program in automotive technology, which was called the Automotive Engine Technology MTech, AET. And we have a lot of students here from the AET, which was, I think, run at least for about 10 years with support of the industry. This was a tailor-made course for the industry. It was a course which was jointly developed between faculty members of IIT Madras and the industry. And about 70% of the lectures were taken by IIT faculty, and 30% of the lectures were taken by industry faculty. So it was an excellent course, and this was actually started by Professor, and this attracted a huge response from several leading automotive industries like Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, TVS Motors, Bajaj Auto, Bajaj Tempo, the then Bajaj Tempo, and Kirloskar Oil Engines, to name a few. This course was a joint course, as I said, and this course in a modified format is still being continued at IIT Madras as the web-enabled MTech program in automotive technology. The success of this course is evident since we see the senior and coveted positions in the automotive industry being occupied by those who graduated from here. Today, if you go to any automotive industry, you will definitely find someone from the AET batch in the top position. So there's no doubt about it. You visit any industry, you will find them. And today, there will be someone from this course in any industry. Coming back to his family, Madam is a very meticulous, talented, and composed person. She has always been supportive. Professor's daughter Kalpana Devi was born in 1971, and his son Balasubramaniam was born in 1974. His daughter completed M.Arch in College of Engineering, Guindy, and his son completed B.E. Mechanical in College of Engineering, Guindy, and his MS in Texas A&M University. Both are currently well settled with their families in the USA. After retiring from IIT Madras in 2006, Sir continued to share his knowledge with students and research scholars in the SRM University. Only recently did he decide to retire completely, And I know that he now spends time on religious and philosophical aspects of life. Every time I go to his house, he gives me advice, and he motivates me into that. I wish to complete by saying that Professor Sir has changed our lives. He is a person whose concern for others, particularly for his students, is astonishing. He sees all as equals, and their well-being comes first. He has meticulously worked with all his students to make them attain great heights, which is evident from this gathering, even after several years after his retirement from IIT Madras and also from SRM. With Sir, you never get the feeling that you are with a faculty member of IIT. You only think you are with someone who is senior, who is your well-wisher, who is closely related to you, and one who wishes only good things for you. The same is true for Madam, who always supported him to reach greater heights both academically and personally. Finally, I want to place on record that I only initiated this idea of having this felicitation function. When I approached others, there was overwhelming response. Several past students came forward to help and support. Actually, my task became simple, and this function actually was made possible because of the sincere contribution of many others. I must mention in particular the significant contributions of Professor Potpadam, who is here, who silently sits here, who is unassuming and is sitting here, and the contributions of Professor Loganathan, Professor Sitaram Raju, and Mr. Vasu, who are all at IIT Madras. Faculty of SRM also played a key role. Particular mention is to be made of Professor Prakash and Professor Prabhu. The AET batch initiated by Mr. Nitin Kulkarni has also provided strong support. We see several of them traveling from Pune and coming here, especially for this. I really thank you all for coming here. And Professor Sitaram Raju has come all the way from Hyderabad. and he was also a very active member of the team in organizing. I also thank the others who have come here. Mr. C. Prakash, who is here, who is a very senior student of our laboratory, who is only senior in terms of age, but not in terms of his attitude. So I thank the staff of ICN's lab who are also present here, and in particular Mr. Nagarajan, who has come from Coimbatore just to attend this. Finally, I wish there are many others I would have left. Please don't mistake me, because there are so many who helped. And I thank everyone. Finally, I wish to thank our HOD, Professor Chandramouli, who readily agreed to be present when I asked him. I just casually asked him, and he just said, I thought I should tell him once or twice, but there was no need. He immediately said, yes, I'm coming. And I only, I'm habituated, so I reminded him, but I think that was not required. That was not required. I especially thank him for taking time on a holiday and gracing this function. I thank one and all present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now I request Professor A.V. Sitaramaraju, retired professor from JNTU, to honor Honorable Professor B. Nagalingam sir by presenting a shawl and memento as a token of our respect and affection. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So now I request Dr. G.P. Prabhukumar to honor our proposal. So now I request Mr. John Michael to honor our professor. I request Mr. Nagarajan and thank you, sir. I request M.K. Subramani from ICN's Laboratory, IIT Madras. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Venus from SRM University, Chennai. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mrs. Chitralaka ma'am to honor Madam with a shawl and memento. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, we missed out a memento. Now I request Mr. C. Prakash to honor our chief guest, Chandramouli, with a memento. Thank you, sir. Professor B. Nagalingam is a man of distinct vision and illuminating ideas. Listening to him is always a mesmerizing and spellbinding experience for all of us. Now I humbly invite our source of inspiration, Honorable Professor B. Nagalingam, to enlighten us and give us his blessings.
Morning slide cut. Session one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm not a very good public speaking. I have prepared a few slides, 5 slides, to just so just I want to explain a little bit with the slides. I am not very poor in public speaking, except in the classrooms.
Someone wanted a two-stroke class. They wanted your two-stroke engine class.
And our 5 slides comes that based on that. Mainly, I want to explain what our students have done during my time. And afternoon, வேற session அது complete இருக்கு. அங்கே போயிடுறேன் நாங்கள் நின்றுக்கிறேன் இல்லை இருங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம் இல்லை ரமேஷ் இருங்க
உங்கள் ஸ்பீடில் தான் இருக்கிறோம்.
இல்லை நான் திரும்பல நின்றுக்கிறேன் இருங்க ஒரு நிமிஷம்
எந்திரிக்க வேண்டாம் சார், நீங்கள் எந்திரிக்க வேண்டாம், அவ்வளோதான்.
லேப்டாப் வந்துருக்கு.
அங்க வராது
சார். நான் ஒன்று பண்ணுறேன் சார், நீங்கள் அப்படியே சேர்ல உட்காந்து சார், அப்படியே மூவ் பண்ணி இந்த இடத்துல வந்துட்டீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஈஸியாக இருக்கும் சார். அங்கேருந்து பார்த்து
அதான் சொல்லுறேன்.
எந்திரிக்க வேண்டாம்
இல்லை நான் நடக்க முடியும் பிரகாஷ்.
சரி வாங்க, அப்போ
பயில் கிரன் தள்ளி
வாங்க கூட வாங்க.
நீங்கள் ஒன்றும் இல்லை சார், நான் அப்படியே உங்களை
சிரமப்படுத்த வேண்டாம்னு பார்க்குறோம், வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை.
ஒன்றும் இல்லை வந்துடும் ஒன்றும்
அப்படி ஆமா நேரம்
சார் விட்டு விட்டுரும்.
அப்படியே உட்காந்துங்க சார்.
ஓகே நீங்கள் சேர் பண்ணுங்க.
பிடிக்கிட்டான்
பிடிச்சிருக்கு சார், நீங்கள் உட்காரு.
அவர் சேர பிடிக்கணும்.
ஓல்டு மேன், நாட் அ வெரி ஓல்டு மேன்.
அப்படி நான் காஷியஸா இருக்கேன்.
மைக்கு சார். நீங்கள் நெக்ஸ்ட் சொல்லுங்க சார். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஸ்லைட் அப்படியே
கிட்ட வச்சுக்கணும்.
Good morning to all of you. Ramesh. ரமேஷ் இங்கே வாங்க. பேச சொல்லிட்டு அங்கே போயிட்டு கேட்குறாரு.
கிட்ட நீங்கள் வாய் கிட்ட வைக்கணும், உதர் படுற மாதிரியே கொண்டு வந்துருங்க.
Good morning to all of you. I don't know, Professor Chandramalli, I don't know where is he. I am addressing the guests in the dais. Professor Chandramalli, Professor Ramesh, Professor Prakash, my wife, and Professor Prabhukumar, Prapadam, and my dear former students and distinguished invitees. I am first of all very, very happy and very much excited to see my old students. And in particular, my joy doubles when they come from the long distance, and also all the students at the time who were worked there, now they are occupying very high position either in the industry or in the academic institutions. So I am excited very much to hear about that. In particular, my AA student, I don't have much contact for the last maybe 20 years, but I always Ramesh used to admire them and explain them. They are occupying in a different good position in the automotive industries. So I am very happy. A teacher is very, very happy when the student outperforms the teacher. So in that way, when compared to me, all my students are in a very, very good position, either at the academic level or at the industry level. So thank you very much. And regarding my little contribution in IIT, and the bottom right corner shows the felicitation function. Actually, for quite some time, Ramesh was asking me to arrange for a felicitation function. But I said, first I asked him whether I deserve it to decide about the function. But he said and he insisted. So we made this function 80th year celebration. And the reason he has put is I'm not able to believe. Remarkable service to in the academic institution. So on the 80 year is true. The remarkable service is false. Because Ramesh is very fond of me. He has written like that. And what I have done in the last, let's say, 50 years is only my basic duties, normally teaching and research. Whatever possible, I have contributed. So anyway, because he is very fond of me and he has made this function, so I am very thankful for Ramesh as well as Mrs. Chitra, his wife. They are the motive force behind this function. I just very briefly, my academic journey in IIT Madras. I joined IIT 18 September and retired in 2006. In the next few slides, I want to explain about the students because this function was arranged by my students to just honor me. So just I want to highlight what are the contributions done, significant contributions done by my students. 5 slides. And the later session in the afternoon, I will explain the other reason why I joined IIT, why I joined SRM, and what I am doing now. And that will be reserved for the afternoon session. So next slide shows my significant contributions from my students. The first contribution, as I remember, you can see our architect of this function, Ramesh. He was doing his MTech program. He came up, vanished. So in the MTech program, he came with the original idea of surface ignition engine. As you are aware, the diesel engine will not work as a single fuel in a diesel engine. Not to use alcohol in particular, he provided a hot surface and developed a concept so that when you inject the fuel on the hot surface, it will work with alcohol. Not only with alcohol, with any other fuel. So he, from the junk, from the ICE engine lab, he brought some engine, he developed, and he done excellent work in the MTech level. Followed by, he is continuing with this PhD work also. So based on this concept, the one paper was presented. I have presented, actually gave a chance to go to Detroit, and I presented in the SAE conference. That was the very first time there in this concept. I could not believe there's a very good response. Nearly 500 people, foreigners, coming from all over the world. Big professors like Pishinger, Meyer-Sugar, and all sitting there. And very first conference, that too in the international conference, I explained a lot of questions. So much interest was shown. There's such a nice paper, nice work is done, Ramesh. So I should thank him for giving me opportunity to find this performance. And this PhD work is completed. And he is not only a good researcher, as you are aware, apart from the research, he is an excellent teacher. If you know, the IIT Madras is supposed to be the best in India. A continuously 2-3 years it is getting. In this best institute, he has awarded the best teacher. I am very happy to have such a student, best teacher, and my students. So the teacher sometimes gets a honor because of the students. So in that way, I am honored and he is getting such a good award. A next student is another contribution from a student. Is I think is not there. Dinakar. I don't know. He is supposed to come, but anyway, he has done an excellent work. He is what is known as the adiabatic agent. His name is called Dinakar. But he is very good in electronics. With his knowledge and hard work, he has done a very good work in the PhD for the adiabatic engine. It is also for a diesel engine. And based on that, he has published a number of papers. I am very happy to know, based on his knowledge in the electronics and all, he is in a very good position. Just like Ramesh is shining in the academic circle, he is shining in a very high position in the industries. I think first he is with Tata Motors. He has developed the first the version of the petrol injection vehicles. Then later on, I think he became a vice president of TVS Motor. And now he is in Ola electrical vehicles. I am very happy. So I am honored because of he is outperforming the teacher in the industry side. He is in an excellent way he is doing. Next, a few students. Next slide. Before next to taking some student, I got some fellowship. That's called the Humboldt Research Fellowship. They are supposed to be very prestigious in IIT Madras. So I had a chance. I was lucky to have this scholarship. I went to Germany in Technical University Aachen. I have worked in the area of hydrogen engines. Simultaneously, whenever I explain, teacher, the roll call, because I am working in experimental research, it is a teamwork. It's not whatever I say, it's not my work, it is a teamwork. In particular, my colleague, Professor Gopal Krishnan, which is not with us no more, and Professor Ramesh, and all our research students. The architect behind this research work is only our students. Just only we show the direction and the guide for to do this work. So under that way, Prakash is a marathon runner. He made the first hydrogen engine. When I was working in Germany itself, with the KVG was trying to develop, trying to run the engine with hydrogen. As you are aware, hydrogen is a very fast fuel. The engine, very, very super fast engine. But Prakash is a marathon runner, so he wanted the engine also to run in a marathon way. So he changed the fuel from the petrol to hydrogen, and he was as I proudly say, in India, he is the first engine to work on hydrogen in SA engines. He has developed with a lot of difficulties. It was running very smoothly. Later on, work was done or continued for PhD work by Professor Prabhu Kumar. Next slide. So the student, I am just explaining only the student's contribution from what during my stay. The next one is the Encore booster engine. His name is, he is another excellent research student, Ramesh Babu. He has done this work very nicely and he has completed a PhD. After that he went there to USA to join General Motors, and actually he settled there after joining General Motors. So he switched over to Argon Motors. So based on his merit, research papers in this particular area, he got the fellowship working at universities. And now, when he was in the Argon lab, it's a research lab, he has done his MBA program in finance. So, because he is very much interested in the money, he left the ICE engine and switched over to the share marketing, and with the MBA from with the Illinois Institute of Technology, with the MBA in finance, he got a very good position in the share market area and all. Now he is fabulously rich in USA when compared to Ramesh. Next is Varaprasad Rao. He has done his alcohol fuel along with Professor Ganeshan. He is also not with us now. We guided him, Varaprasad Rao, in the use of alcohol engine. He published a number of research papers. Another important research scholar is also, he is no more, Dandamani. I have to mention him here. Dandamani is a very, is a normal teacher from CIT Coimbatore. He has done his only the LME. From LME, he has done the part-time BE. From part-time BE, part-time MBE, he then joined for PhD. And he is such a very hard-working student. He has developed a number of facilities and he has published number of research papers. And after finishing PhD also, he went to his college and he is continuing his research work. He went to international conferences, 2-3 conferences attended based on the work at the CIT. And also he got a research fund, about 70 lakhs for his college, CIT college. And this very later on he joined the Crescent College. And recently he lost touch 2-3 years before I didn't have contact. But suddenly I heard, I think, through Professor Nadijilian, and he is no more. He is a very such excellent research worker. Next slide. Then I had a chance to go to the Holland to work on the gas engines. So based on my experience, there's a lot of research work was done. I have to mention here a number of research papers, all my academic credit. This is naturally along with Professor Ramesh. We have guided these students and number of research papers, so my academic output has increased. And Sitaram Raju, I have to mention, he has made an excellent PhD work. Then Professor Purpadam, he is at VIT as head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering. Nazar, he has also worked in the particular area. He is in Kerala. And Vasu, I think, is here. He has done another work in the LPG, excellent work. So because of these research students, my research output went quite high. So next slide is. Apart from this research, these are the research output, very significant research output from my students. Now apart from that, what the mentioning is, because many of students from the industry, is mainly this program was developed, what is known as the user-oriented program for automotive engine technology. I think along with the, I think if I remember correctly, with the TVS, I think TVS motor, it was developed. The concept. Previously, the students, they used to go to France, the Institute of Petroleum, and get the training. So the same concept was developed here to work in the, 1 year study at IIT. These lectures will be taken by academic professors as well as from the industries. And all, but the project will be done at the industry in the particular corresponding industries. So the program is very successful. Each year, maybe around 10 students from 10 industries they used to join. Nearly 10 years this program was successfully completed. And later on, I think we did some program. It was changed to some other program. I don't know whether it is continued or not. But it's a very useful program for the industries. I am very happy. Those who are studying in a very good position, Kulkarni, I don't remember Basi and my student, I from the Pune, and occupying very good positions. I'm extremely happy to know that you are doing a leadership job in the industries. Next one. Because my students also, research students also, they helped me to conduct this summer school. This program was offered to various teachers from the various institutes all over India. Since I worked in the area of gas engine, hydrogen engines and all, on that concept I developed this summer school. I mean, around 50 students around each year. Around 5 summer schools are conducted. So it's mainly the students' cooperation is very important. So here, these are the areas in which I have done it. So this is what my significant contribution, what I consider during my stay, academic stay, from 1968 to 2006. The rest of the period, what I done from 2006 till now, that's a secret. It is reserved for in the afternoon. So those who are staying here in the afternoon, they will know what circumstances I joined IIT, what made me to join IIT, what made me join to SRM, and what is my contributions during that time. And also after retirement, know what I am doing, what I am. So you will know when you are present in the afternoon. So once again, thank you very much for my students. In particular, they come all the way from different cities, Hyderabad, Coimbatore and all. I am overwhelmed with உட்காருங்க சரி நீ ஒன்றும் பண்ண சும்மா ஒன்றும் பண்ணல சும்மா ఇక్కడ వచ్చాయి కాంచండి ఇక్కడ వచ్చాయి సార్ సారీ చెప్తే ఎట్లా పోతుంది
So thank you very much, sir, for your interesting and very useful thoughts. So your students are now dedicated to the community, educational community. So still you are young and energetic. So 50 years back you initiated the hydrogen work. Now only we started thinking of hydrogen engine. So thank you very much for your excellent speech. The take-home message is, so we need to work on a future energy, that is basically hydrogen. Thank you, sir. So there is a small video about the professor. So maybe another 5 minutes, the video will get over.
சுப்பிரமணியம் இப்போ வந்துடுறேன் இதுங்க ரூர்க்கிக்கு
பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்துருக்குது யார் சார்?
மல்லன் கோவிந்த மல்லன். மல்லிகார்ஜுன் அவர் கண்ணாடி இப்போ ஐபஸ் இருக்காங்க
முடியோட பார்த்து அடையாளம் தெரியல, இப்போ அடையாளம் தெரியும். இது என்ன ஒகேஷன் சார்?
இது கிரக பிரசவம். நீங்களும் வந்தீங்கண்ணா, நீ உங்கள் ஃபோட்டோ இருக்கான்னு தெரியல, எல்லாம் இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் எடுத்து போட்டேன். Matthew Abraham. Matthew Abraham. Govindarajan. T. Ganesh. T. Ganesh. Ramaswamy. C. Ramaswamy.
MC Ramaswamy.
MC Ramaswamy. பக்கத்தில் சரி மல்லன்னா கேவிஜி ரிட்டையர் ஆகும்போது இப்போ இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ராமசாமி அந்த டைமில் வந்தார் இவரே இல்லை ரமேஷ் அவர் எங்க இருக்க வாசு ஐஐடி எம்ப்ளாயி அசோசியேஷன் பிரசிடென்ட் ரிட்டையர்டு அந்த வீட்டில் வந்து டாக்டர் ஜெயவாலன்
மனசுலேருந்து வரும் சார். அவங்கள ஈஸியாக நீங்கள் ஏமாற்றவே முடியாது.
கல்யாணம் குசல் மதர் சிஸ்டர் அதான் வீடு பெண்ணுகளை கொடுத்த வீடு இதெல்லாம் ஏஐடி சொல்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க நீங்கள் இருக்கீங்களா சன்னு டாக்டருங்களா டாக்டரு சன்னுங்களா திடீர்னு பிரகாஷ் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல அவர் வந்து பிரகாஷ் தான் 8 இயர்ன்ட்டு பர்த்டே நீங்கள் வந்துட்டாரு வந்து அவரே கேட்க வந்து அவரை வந்து கட்டுக்க
Not myself. Our lab itself, David Bobraj, sir. He only creating the videos and music and everything. I give input only, but combined and edited by David Balraj. All credit goes to David Balraj. Yes, sir. Video sir, அந்த இதை ப்ளே பண்ணுறது மாத்திரம் நீங்கள் ஷேர் பண்ணுறது.
There's some work going on.
What Leonard said. இங்கே ஃபேன் வந்து ஸ்கூரியல் ஒன்று மாட்டிகிட்டு இருந்தது, ஃபேன் பிளேடு.
நாங்கள் போய் ரொம்ப நாள் எல்லாமே
படையிலும் தெரியாது சார், நிறைய மாதிரி அந்த ஒரு இது இருக்கு பாருங்க.
ஐஐடியே உள்ள பில்டிங்லாம் மாற்றி நிறைய இடிச்சிட்டு
கம்ப்ளீட்டாக நிறைய ஏகப்பட்ட பில்டிங் வந்துருச்சு.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஸ்ட்ரென்த்தை இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணுறானுங்க. அதனால்
ஜூன் மாதம் கூட லேபுக்கு போயிட்டு வந்தேன். இந்த மார்ச் மாதம் லேபுக்கு போயிட்டு வந்தேன். கடைசியாக கூப்பிட்டு போனது என் பேத்திங்க 2 பேரும்.
அப்போ எக்ஸிபிஷன் போடுறாங்க ஐஐடியில்.
தெரியலையே எனக்கு.
போகும்போது தான் போட்டாங்க நிறையா. இவர் எந்த லேப் ஐசியில் இருக்குன்னு தெரியல.
கோச் மாதிரி
ஐசி லேம்பா இது?
இது கியூபிக்கல் சார். காட்சி கோல்ட் சேம்பரா?
Thank you, Dr. Prakash from SRM and Professor Ramesh sir for making this video. It's time to call Mr. Vasu to propose a vote of thanks.
அப்படியே இருங்க சார், அப்படியே இருங்க. ஆடியன்ஸுக்கு தான் உங்களுக்கு இல்லைன்னு இல்லை.
Actually, I have come with a prepared text to the vote of thanks, but after hearing Professor Ramesh's sentimental, I mean, emotional speech and the poem delivered by Nitin Kulkarni, and Sar's funny and witty, not accepting his contribution. It's totally, I don't know, my perception is totally changed. I am standing here with a mix of lot of emotions, and it kindled me many of my memories, but it's not the right time to share all the things. And Professor, he told that he had a regret that he did not have much interaction with him. That's true, sir. Because we have the privilege of having a wonderful relationship with him. Okay, to start with, respected dignitaries, esteemed professors, dear friends and colleagues, I am deeply honored to have this opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks today. In my opinion, gratitude is not just an attitude. It is something that flows naturally when one is overwhelmed by the recognition of what they have received. I stand here today truly warm, particularly after hearing all the things. When I think of Professor Nagalingam, my bondage with him extends far beyond academics. Words, whatever I say, will fall short in expressing my gratitude. And the only thing what I can say is praying God for his well-being. At the same time, my emotions go beyond Professor Nagalingam and to his family and my personal association to the family. When I reflect on my student days, I had the privilege of visiting his home many times, and each visit was an experience of warmth and care. Madam Professor always welcomed me with kindness, treating me like a family. Her love and hospitality remain among my most cherished memories. And I like to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to her as well. Thank you, ma'am. Now, it's my privilege to extend my gratitude to all who made this event possible. First and foremost, my deepest thanks to Professor B. Nagalingam himself. Again, sir, your dedication and mentorship have shaped our countless lives, and we are forever grateful to you. A sincere appreciation to our Chief Guest, Professor Chandramouli, for gracing this occasion and sharing his valuable insights. Your presence here has made this event even more special. Truly, thank you very much. A special mention of gratitude to Professor A. Ramesh, the driving force behind this field series. His dedication and tireless efforts have been instrumental in making this event a reality. More than that, on a personal note, to Dr. Ramesh is one of the noblest personalities I have had the privilege of encountering in my life. And it is truly an honor to express my appreciation for him today. Alongside him, the other people who have organized this program, Professor Purpadam, Professor Raju, and other, sorry I couldn't recall the names, the other people, I like to express my sincere thanks to make this occasion. To all the former students, colleagues and well-wishers, both present here and online, your participation is a testament to the deep respect and admiration we all have hold for Professor Nagalingam. Thank you for making this event truly special. A special thanks to organizing team and volunteers. Your dedication is deeply appreciated. Lastly, my sincere thanks to Sita Times, that is this hotel, YMR Chennai, for providing this wonderful venue, and to the catering team for the arrangement made outside. As we conclude this segment, let us not only celebrate Professor Nagalingam's contributions only for today, but we will carry forward his teachings and values in our lives. I mean it. Thank you, one and all. Let us continue the celebrations post-lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasu,
it's a time for lunch. So lunch is arranged outside the hall. So again, we will be back at 2:30.
வரேங்க. Oh, yeah.
From the 80 batch.
Yeah. Welker.
Welker.
Yeah. Then I couldn't register with my 20 years more than that.
Associated with that also, right? Let me see you after.
I'll take his picture.
So we used to teach masala course. I will tell we had a finite element and acoustics kind of combined. I think Professor Narayanan and myself.
Yes, you taught us.
Yeah.
And I still remember you taught us the wave action method.
Right.
I did torsional vibrations.
Yeah, so you don't need it project.
Yes.
Then I think the last one was that Tata Motors Abhishek. I think after that, after Abhishek, forget his last name.
Dr. Jabez, who is here? Who is here?
Mr. Nagalingam and my dear fellow IITians. I am Dr. Prabhu Kumar, former principal of Government BTT Engineering College, Davangere. I came to IIT under QIP program in 1982, and I am proud that I am the first research scholar of Professor B. Nagalingam. And my work was on hydrogen diesel dual fuel engine. And the first scholar to get a PhD on hydrogen engine performance. When I joined IIT, he was in Germany. So Professor K.V. Gopal Krishnan, who was the head of IC Engine Lab, he called me and said, go to the library and say where you are, what you are. I didn't understand what he meant by go to the library and then find out what you are and where you are. Then I called upon my seniors and asked them, KVG is telling like this, what can I do? Then they said, go to the library, go through all the journals and see what experimental work they have done or what research work they have done, what we can do further. Then finally, after 3 months of my stay in IIT, Professor Nagalingam came from Germany. Then KVG asked me to go and meet him. I just went there and saw that I was thinking that there was an old man, but he was very, very young when I met him at his chambers. I told him that I am Prabhu Kumar coming for PhD work under your guidance after KVG. Then he told me, I have got one problem with me. Can you work under that? He said, if you help me, I can do that. You should do hard work to complete in 3 years. I said, yes, sir, I can do that. First, he gave me one printed built-in program under the hydrogen diesel, the hydrogen fueled supercharged engine. He told me to run this program and get the results. It had 3,000 lines were there. There were no computers then. We have to go to the center and then punch the cards. 3,000 cards you have to punch. This is a very new idea for us. Then every day I used to go there in the evening, 100, 200 cards I used to punch, give it for reading. Morning I have to get it back and again debug it for correction. The problem was X was finding a K, I was looking like 1, and O was looking at 0. And then I had to sit with one of the research scholars of MS and I asked him, Baba, you help me. Then we got it dug up. For 3 months, I had to type or punch 3,000 cards and finally I got the output. Then I went to Professor Ganeshan. He was a master for our computer program and I told him, so I have typed this and I got the result. He told me, if there are 14 digits, because all the 14 digits properly and correctly, he said. Again, bug it and debug it and got the result output. That was the first that had, experience with Professor Nagalingam. Then he told me, you have to do one problem on hydrogen diesel dual fuel engine. So we started doing the work, and then I was getting the PT diagram through, oscilloscope. Then finally one, what is that? It came. Again, I didn't know how to use it. Ramesh helped me a lot in doing all this work. And especially running the engine every day, he was with me. because he was allotted to me from Nagalingam. You do your work along with Prabhu Kumar, then you do your MTech work. Then he said, slowly, I have got my own problem. I will do that. I will help you. I think he was very much interested in reed valve mechanism. Am I right? Reed valve mechanism. Then, another fellow was attached to me again. He was from Kerala, Dr. Joseph or somebody else. We were supposed to fix the governor for a particular amount of diesel. That fellow, what he was doing was, he was moving his finger and loosened the governor. The engine speed shot up from 1,500 to 5,000, 10,000 centimeters. Gone. It was so making so much of sound, all the process came down from the chamber. The first thing Professor Nagalingam asked me was, Prabhu Kumar, are you all right? The thing has happened to you. There was his humanity consideration. And everybody. And then the engine head, it went from the engine and flew up to the roof. But the whole engine was dismantled. Again, he told me, go to the junk area. There are so many engines. Collect one and then start again the work. Then I told him, difficulties I told him, don't tell me the difficulties. I want everything in black and white. That was what he was telling me. And finally, when the work was over, he made a paper from me and got it published by Pergamon Press. I didn't know what Pergamon Press was. Then he called me and said, do you know what the Pergamon Press? One of the best results, you are getting in the Pergamon Press is the best journal. You are lucky that your paper has been published there. So that way, he was helping me a lot during my research work. And I was the first fellow to complete the work in 2 years, 9 months. And then went to my college. He was a very, very humble person. And one day he called me, Prabhu Kumar, I want to go to Mylapore. Can you take me to your scooter? I had a scooter and this vehicle was a smaller one. Yes, sir, I can take you. Then we were going to Mylapore. I was not wearing the banyan. I was going to wear the shirt. In the shirt, my whatever we do, puja, it was hanging there. He asked me, are you a Lingayat? I said, yes, sir, I am a Lingayat. I am a Jangama, he said. Jangama means they are also Lingayat. Then he told him, sir, you are two-way guru for me. One academic guru, like the guide, and spiritual guru as Jangama. I am very happy that I have got two gurus for me. That way, the relation went on. And then finally, when the thesis was getting typed, we had no computers then. It was an electronic typewriter we used to use. And for that, there was a typing by name Joseph. Thomas. He was typing. Every day evening, I used to sit with him for about 1 hour, get it typed, and then morning I used to give it back to him for corrections. Evening, he used to give me back. So within 1 week, I could complete my work on research, the thesis work. So that was the help Nagalingam was giving to the research scholars. One fine day, I went to his room and he was looking at the thesis of somebody. It was a dictionary. I asked her, what is that you are doing now? Hey, Baba, I am looking at the dictionary. I said, not. Varaprasad Rao, he has used bombarding words. I am comparing them with the dictionary. See, that was a simplicity in telling everything for us. And another day, when I went, he had some 3-4 books on his table. All automobile engineering books. So what are you doing? I offered automobile engineering, thinking that nobody will opt for that. But 40 students opted for the automobile engineering, I say. And I'm making notes on that. Do you know any textbooks on that? I sat with him. Because I was also teaching automobile engineering in my engineering college. So I gave him the ideas of as to how to make automobile engineering. And do you know what he said? The BTech students, they study everything in advance. And they come and they struggle for us. They will drag us. There are so many questions. I have to prepare for everything he was studying. So that's how, he was preparing these topics also. I am very happy that I worked under such a wonderful professor. Professor Nagalingam. I was really surprised when I saw him coming with limping. I'm really sorry. I feel that I pray to God to give him the better health, the best health, and make him 100 years with his wife, Madam Kanchana. I wish him all the success in his future life. I had come to his daughter's marriage, I don't know whether you remember or not. I had come to his daughter's marriage also here. From Calicut, I came by bus to Chennai, attended his daughter's marriage also. But son's marriage, I didn't know, I didn't come. Anyway, when Ramesh called me that we are doing this function, I said, Hare Baba, I am coming there. That's what I said. Yesterday I came by flight from Bangalore, and again today my flight is at 6 o'clock. I have to leave at 3 o'clock. Sorry, I am leaving you early. I wish you all the best to all of you who are sitting here. Thank you very much. All the best, sir. So please sit down. No problem. Let me sit. Oh. Thank you, sir. I am leaving now. I'm glad I can meet you. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. So next, I would like to call upon Dr.
Gurus or Professor Nagalingam sir and Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh. I am very lucky to have such a nice persons, not only as academic aspects, but the personal aspects also. So actually, I joined this PhD program in 95 on QAP. So, but actually, there is a contact program 95 to 96. 96 actually, I took the admission, and by that time actually, I met Professor Nagalingam sir to take the make the registration. Then he told me that I am attaching one more very dynamic and very talented that Professor Ramesh as one of the another guy to me. And really, the guy, Ramesh, I met him already in IIT Delhi actually. My first option was in IIT Delhi for my QAP application, and there I could not get selection. But Ramesh himself advised me to meet Professor Nagalingam sir, because I didn't know earlier Professor Nagalingam sir. Then I came to, for second option, IIT Madras I came. Then I met him, and luckily I could able to get the selection, and he accepted me as a student. And when I joined 96, no admission to admission, then he proposed this. Professor Ramesh will be already transferred from Delhi to IIT Madras. So that means again he left that IIT Delhi and joined the IIT Madras because of his home city and this one. Then really I felt very, very happy because no, I met him already because Professor Kero introduced me to Ramesh actually at IIT Delhi. Had it been I got the seat there itself, no, I would have been a little bit unlucky. So luckily I could not get the seat there. So as soon as I joined here and Ramesh came here, and Professor Nagalingam is actually Nagalingam is I am always owe to Professor Nagalingam sir because no, he attached to me because Ramesh is also of my age group. Age group means he is 1 year older to me, so that no is I can able to easily that is share my views and all that. Professor is very senior person and senior professor, so that no it's every time no I cannot may not be this one. I may hesitate to approach Professor Nagalingam sir, but I am lucky enough to have the Ramesh also to along with me as a guide. And after that, no, actually I joined here. When I joined here, I have some problems of health problems. Why I'm telling this, no, humanitarian aspect, because no, human touch is very, very important as not only academic matters and all that, but human touch is very, very important. That's and I have some problems of health problems, and I thought of quitting my seat and
go back. So even after getting the QAP admission, so getting QAP admission is very difficult. So because of more competition and all that. But Professor actually he advised me that why are you going back, and why don't you get some doctor consultancy here itself in Madras itself, and he himself took initiation, and Professor Nagarajan is there actually in the mechanical department. His brother was a doctor. So then he suggested me to go to the doctor. He may not be a correct doctor for you, for your problem and all that. I used to have the neck pain and all that, shoulder pain and all these muscle pains and all that. So then he is a cardiologist actually. Then he suggested me to go to the doctor, and he may give you some suitable suggestion because he is in the same field, like that. And I immediately went to that doctor and consulted, and he has given very good suggestions, and he treated me well. And because of that, I could able to continue my PhD. So that's how Professor Nagalingam has human touch with the students actually. That's why otherwise so nobody will take that much of care. So as Professor is Purpathan is also telling, so we are away from home and all that. So unless otherwise somebody's moral support and all that, we may not continue, because my family is there, not here at the time, and they were left them at my native place at Vizag actually. Because I had 2 children by that time. So that's how Professor Nagalingam is this one. And afterwards also, while doing work also, AICT project, it was a AICT project. I worked on natural gas, lean-burn gas engines actually. So then, because of that was under the AICT project. So for funding and all that, so he used to encourage me like anything. That is nothing to worry about this one. Just you do it. You go and consult with Ramesh, and whatever suggestions he is giving, and discuss with Ramesh and all that. And very 2-3 months once, I used to discuss with Professor Nagalingam, but regularly I used to contact with Professor Ramesh only. And but funding wise, he is able to. That no problem. You plan whatever with Ramesh and all that. Whatever Ramesh says, so you please do whatever is required and all that. Like that, that support also has encouraged me like anything for completing my PhD. And one more thing is confidence level. That means how he treats his students, how much trust he is having upon his students, So his son's marriage, after completing my PhD, I came to attend his son's marriage actually. So at that time, people also, because Nagarajan and all that, they are also witness actually. Professor actually was busy with marriage arrangements and all that. Then he is having his cash bag in his hand actually. Then whenever he saw me, then he put he has given his cash back to me and asked me, keep it with you, Raju. so I have some work and going here and there, like that, he has given. That means, he used to believe that students and everybody as own family members. So that's how the professor used to treat me. And many times I visited his house also. Madam has, I think, has taken care of my health and other things also. Every time she used to inquire about my health and all that, because I was at the time diabetic and all that, because I got the problem of this one. And the same with Ramesh and Ramesh family, because many things I had to share with Ramesh also, because those things I had to reserve. Many things I had to share afterwards. so both Ramesh and Professor Nagalingam, they treated me as not only as a student, as their own family member. So they treated me. I always thankful to them for their affectionate, not only academic matters, but affectionate the love and affection they have shown to me. And I'm always, the entire life, I will remember, I have to remember, I'll keep in my mind always their help and affection towards me. Thank you, sir, thank you very much.
Sir, please.
All the best.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to call upon Dr. James Gunasekaran from Annamalai University.
Good afternoon. I'm James Gunasekaran from Annamalai University. I was a QIP scholar at IIT Madras from 2003 to 2008. And before that, my colleague and senior, Dr. Longnath, was also working under Professor Ramesh sir as a QIP scholar. Therefore, when I got selected to pursue my PhD program at IIT Madras, it was just like a homecoming for me, just like a home. But when I entered the premises of IIT Madras, it was looking some, because I got some feeling how we can compete and we can learn from this greatest institution. But initially I happened to meet Professor Ramesh sir, and he encouraged me to continue, and he asked me to meet Professor Nagalingam sir also. When I met him, he encouraged me. If you have a will, you can read and you can come up in life. Therefore, he encouraged me to continue my research work and motivated me. And I convey my greatest thanks and regards to Professor Ramesh sir and Dr. Nagalingam sir for encouraging me. Even after my Professor Nagalingam sir left IIT Madras, I happened to visit him and I met him at SRM University also. There also, sir encouraged me to continue research and do some useful work to the society. I owe a lot to Professor Nagalingam sir and Ramesh sir also. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody from... shall we go with otherwise online participants? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Sindhil Kumar, working as a professor in MIT Anna University. Actually, my gurus are Professor Nagalingam and Professor Ramesh. I joined IIT Madras in 1998. Myself and another professor, Professor K. Subramaniam, he is in IIT Delhi. Both of us joined on the same day. Just I want to share some of the things. I don't want to take much time. First, we met Professor Ramesh only. Both of us entered into his room, and before entering IIT, we were thinking that IIT professors are something big, something like that. When we entered, professor was sitting in the first table and with the computer and all he was working. So we entered and we asked, sir, we want to meet Dr. Ramesh. Then he replied, yeah, tell me, what do you want? Then we again asked, no, we want to meet Dr. Ramesh. So we were assuming that he is the student of Dr. Ramesh. Then we realized that he is Ramesh. So that kind of thing. So he was so simple and so friendly. So I am really lucky that I had professors in my life. Actually, all my growth, I joined IIT. My total research professor supported. After that, Professor Subramaniam got job in IFP. Then I was searching for the job. Then sir said, are you interested in going abroad? Then I said, yes sir, I will go sir. Yes sir, like that. Then he asked for the resume. Then I showed the resume. Then he said, where is your passport number? Then I said, I don't have passport, sir. Then he shouted at me, first you get the passport, then you come with the resume. And he only recommended me for going to France for postdoctoral research. Sir recommended. Because of his support only, I have gone there. And another thing, during my research, I used to play with the two professors. Actually, when publishing the paper, you know very well about Dr. Ramesh. Sir is very strict, very strict in correcting the paper and all. So he used to ask me, did you check your paper with the Professor Nagalingam? Then suddenly I will say, yes sir, yes. Then he will say, okay, you submit like that. Sometimes I had difficulties in managing the two guides. For example, I was doing in dual fuel engine, hydrogen vegetable oil dual fuel engine. Subramaniam was doing with emulsions. Then professor said, you try also with the emulsion. When I asked Professor Ramesh, he said, see, already you are doing in a dual fuel engine, why do you try with Subramaniam? Why do you copy Subramaniam's work? So at the time I had a difficulty in managing the process. But I managed it. And all my growth, even for getting, for entering into MIT, Professor only, he used to track the date and all, he used to update the dates and all. So in all my life and all, he has helped. Professor also used to support like anything. And even after joining MIT, Professor Nagalingam has helped me a lot in continuing my research. Actually, five of my students, Professor was the DC member, and he used to support like anything. So there are so many things we can share. I don't want to take much time. My prayers, sir, for your healthy and happy life, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to request Dr. Jabesh Dinakar.
Good afternoon. I don't know where to start and where to end. This is a long journey of life which started with Dr. Nagalingam, and who changed a lot of things in me, right? All of us have benchmarks and real ideals in life, what we choose. A lot of things I chose the way he was, and IIT was an unknown entity, even though I grew up in Chennai, just few kilometers away in Hyderabad, and so chose IIT to join out of choices available. And I had a choice to go to Cranfield, so parents were both in Hyderabad. They were compelling me to stay close to them. IIT was the closest, so they said, you go, you can go. So I came, got admission in, I was from MIT Cronpet, I did my PG. So came and joined mechanical department. They said, you're allotted manufacturing engineering. I said, I don't want to join manufacturing, I'll go back home, right? So I had a job in Leyland, so then they were saying we have already enough PhD students in engines, IC engines. We can't, then I think I remember meeting him. And he said, no, you will get, don't worry. So 2 weeks later, again they called. So then said, you can go to engines. So I came, and Dr. Nagalingam was my advisor. And it's a journey which is unforgettable, right, in every way. So IIT is such a powerful place as a researching institute for everybody who's aspiring to go there. And he changes that perception. It's as simple can be, right? So easy to reach, easy to approach, anytime, any day, any doubt, and very strong ideals in the way he conducts himself personally and his life. 4 o'clock you will see him with his tennis shorts. 11 o'clock he will walk meticulously to the tea in canteen. 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock, I don't remember, in the library in essay journal sections, 100% he is there. And end of that in the lab by 9:30 something, I don't know the last time. So his words are very clear. I've not heard any engine running today. Where were you? So, okay, so he was there in the lab. I was not there that day. And what happened? There is no paper. So what happened to the results? I'm very excited about new things. So I was very curious. Always had a wire attached to me. Even though I'm a mechanical engineer, always drawn into electronics. So first thing when I met him, I said I want to do some project in electronics. Because my PG project was microprocessor application in engines, in automobiles, in MIT. So I said I want something in electronics. He said, electronics, you have to go to other department. I don't do any electronics. And you focus on what you can do. This is your background. Finish engines. Engine is a great opportunity, which held me strong in the industry for 30 years, 10 years in Tata, 20 years in TVS. And way ahead of its time, the research methodology I've learned from him and what he taught me. He's extremely focused. You can't make him go round and round in circles. He's very clear. I want this, get it done. And this is the way. So I worked with him closely on the national conference, 9th National Conference on IC Engines, which was a memorable. Madam remembered that memories of going to Golden Beach for a dinner. And it's a challenge. I could see myself very differently. I was a simple guy growing up in Saidapet in Chennai. And I never knew that you can organize. We printed the proceedings. We organized dinners and outings. It's an entire lab. All of us research scholars were running around. So he took it on him, massive task. It's very emotionally straining when you have collect 1,000 intellectuals. It's a nightmare to manage. And so the entire responsibility of a lot of organizational effort went with him. I learned a lot how to manage things in a complex place without getting upset and angry and emotionally drained. And very focused, no clutter at all. So very straight to the point. He doesn't go round and round. He doesn't agree. He agrees. So same thing on the diligence. He's extremely diligent. I remember my thesis went through 8 iterations, if my memory is right. And he said, no, one more time. So I don't agree. This is not flowing correctly. And so for me, everything looks very similar. But he said, no. Even I still hold the copy whenever I get a time to remember the things. The smelly alcohol-filled lab and tunnels, what we had. And always remembered, last week I was remembering about a flame arrestor. We were trying to do something on lithium batteries. I was telling somebody. Then I remembered a lot of flame arrestor I've seen in his room because he was a hydrogen expert of those years. Country is still struggling to do hydrogen today in the country. And he was a pioneer for the country in hydrogen. Anything related to hydrogen, he had it. Flow meters, flame arrestors, valves. Ramesh ran a lab later on with hydrogen. But I saw the first time hydrogen working engines with the professor, his entire research in, and extremely good, well connected. He remembers names, people. He wrote for requesting for some support in conference in Italy, and very methodical. He selected the senior most person to go to Italy out of all 5 papers we had. And finally, as you find out in education, nobody has passport or a valid passport. So I was the only guy who, because I had an invitation letter, I got a passport. Nothing else was there. I was the junior most, youngest of the researchers. He said, you go, you have the passport, you go. And he said, so I'm sending a student, please help him. I had a free accommodation, free registration, free local transport, everything was free. Right? I had some, IIT gave me some $200, 200 lira equivalent to $200. It's an amazing thing. The Professor Fischinger, who was Aachen head and later on became a FEV head, he received me, he took me, gave me a vehicle. Out of all that respect is for him, right? So I was nowhere in that. I was one young student looking all around the first overseas visit to Italy in Florence. Full of memories. I've gone there many times to see the dome, but the memory is him just casually saying something and it happens. His students remember, people who worked with him remember, everybody who's connected him remember his amazing power to influence people. So FEV, later on I met Fischinger's son. I met in Detroit. Again, when I mentioned his name, he was sitting in the front row. It was a FEV sponsored session. I went and said, I'm a student of Professor Nagalingam. Oh, you are a student. So the respect for somebody, people remember, he's very diligent, very meticulous, extremely rhythmatic life and which holds him strong today. So will hold him strong for many, many years. So a lot of memories, a lot of emotions connected with him in my life. What I am today, he said, you just go work somewhere. So we were trying to see whether I can, like Ramesh took teaching. My parents both were teachers, and I thought I should get into teaching. I never knew about industry those days, and had a feeling that people don't get job, only go to industry. But those days, industry salaries were much, much lower than IIT salaries. So I said, I will go. Then he said, 3 years you have to be there somewhere. After that you can come. I will take you. Then me, Ramesh, everybody said, we will work somewhere 10 years. We will start a company after 10 years, right? And so both never happened. I continued in the industry till I officially retired and still going strong, and seems to have enough opportunities in the industry to continue. So I wish Professor Nagalingam a long, healthy, strong life with the same determination to lead us, continue to lead himself and the family and the children and all of us. Wherever we are, our prayers and wishes will always be there to you, to support you, and call us any help, any support, anything to remember your journey with us. It's unforgettable, etched memories. Every word you spoke and what you did for us, created us as we are today, powerful and strong, and that will continue. You created many generations of researchers across the world, wherever they are. They will all remember the passion with which you did your job with love and affection, and which carries us strong. Thank you, Professor.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Professor Nagalingam, even though I have met him several times before 2009, 2009 was a turning point when I met him at KCG. I got some information that Sir is not very happy because the research facility there was, otherwise he was very comfortable because it is very close and other things. So at that time we were also looking for senior professors who can lead the young team at SRM because it was started in the year 2003-04. So 2-3 years of teaching, mostly focused towards teaching. Then when we were migrating to research-oriented things, we got first Professor Dr. Prithviraj, then Professor Krishnan is also here, Nagalingam sir. 3 IIT mechanical engineering stalwarts, SRM appointed. So when I met him, he told this semester let it be over, next year I will come. 2010, sir joined, and from that day, until that time we were not having anything much on the engine side. Now we have a young, strong team on engine-based research. It is purely because of Professor Nagalingam. And whenever he comes, the appointment terms was you should not ask his timings, because when I met Dr. T.P. Ganesan, who was the director, accidentally he was also from IIT, a person who worked 30 years after IIT retirement. Till his 90 years, he worked at SRM. So when I told Professor T.P. Ganesan about my desire to bring Professor Nagalingam, he told, go ahead, I know about him very well. And the condition is, our எப்போ வராரோ வரலாம், எப்போ வேணாலும் போகலாம். அவர்கிட்ட டைம் எல்லாம் கேட்கக்கூடாது. You should not ask anything this thing. And until he is capable of coming, he can come. So that is one point which I want to say. There is no retirement for real academicians. or any industry also for that matter. And he started gradually building the team. The team is now becoming very big. We have several full-time scholars also with us working on engines, various aspects. The thing is, even in 70 plus, his problems, the problems he used to define for students used to have relevance for another 15 years. That means he reads a lot. So that is a key point for a teacher. And I was the head of the department, and whenever he comes, he will not allow any one of us, sir, the semester subject vanda, sir. If you want me to come, I will teach a subject. And the BTech students were fortunate enough to attend his classes, and the way he prepares, the meticulous way he prepares. Whenever some young faculty member comes to my office or I meet anyone, Irunda Professor Nagalingam mari irunga. You be like Professor Nagalingam, because IC engines, how many years he might have taught. The way he prepares, and he converted everything into a nice booklet. One time he was cutting, pasting, sending. The David we mentioned in the morning session. He's like his personal assistant who was dedicated for him. He used to work at the HOD's office. Now I gave him instructions, Professor Vanda, Professor Rinda, you have to be with him. So they used to collect everything, cut everything, put everything in order. He converted it into a very nice book. The only complaint I used to get from the students is, sir, after the third row it is not audible. What advice I used to give is, if your ears are clear, keen, and if there is no silence, you will learn something new. You can go. And till the last semester, sir came, that is towards 2020, just before Corona, then until that time he was teaching. And I have never received any complaint or anything from the students, and he became a role model for all the teachers. Likewise, I used to say Professor Prithviraj, Professor Krishnan who has come. So they are role models to the young teachers, which really gave a boost to the Department of Mechanical Engineering as well as to the Department of Automobile Engineering at SRM. So that is the way he molded all of us, because we were all raw, all in the late 20s, early 30s, and I was the only senior person in the 45 to 50 age segment. So the entire team was groomed. And the present Vice Chancellor, Dr. Muthamil Chelvan, also used to tell, Professor, until he is capable of coming to the campus, let him come. So that was the thing. And just before Corona, sir, even though physically he discontinued, he was and he is the mentor of several PhD scholars even today. So whenever we have some doubts, our people used to go and meet him. And I have made it a point almost from the year we started interacting close. Every Christmas I used to go at least 1 or 2 days this way or that way. And during the last few years, home-baked cakes I used to carry to them, because I mastered myself in making cakes. When I was the director for campus, hostels was under me, and there was a very big bakery which caters the needs of around 16,000 students. So whenever I get some little time, I used to go to the bakery to learn baking. So now I am a home baker. So 2 weeks before I met sir with my grandson to get his blessings, at that time also I took a home-baked cake. To that extent, we are maintaining very good relationship. And my wife used to ask, sir, abdi irukanga? And Prakash is like a single point contact for almost all of us. So almost every week and whenever he gets a chance, he visits his sir's house, and he used to update us. And I used to tell, sir, nalla irukanga, madam nalla irukanga. Anga poyachana, she will take some saree, or she will take a saree from madam, her hobby thing. So it is beyond official, it is personal also. So we pray to God that he should get a peaceful life without any health issues. So thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So next, I would like to call upon Professor S. Krishnan, retired professor from Aerospace Department, IIT Madras.
What is this gadget?
This is for this YouTube.
Okay. I am more ancient than Nagalingam. Yeah, I am 2 years senior to him, and I belong to 1964 set, and he belongs to 1966 set. And I worked for 2 years in defense. Then I went to IASC, and he was there, 66 set from PhD college. Professor Nagalingam is a phenomenon, I would say. He's a phenomenon because he comes from a poorest of the poor family, poorest family. After his SSLC, that time SSLC, and he was asked to do tailoring for some time. After trying, he cried with his mother or brother, then went on to study as a last applicant in government Salem Arts College. Again, he got credentials, good credentials, get PhD Engineering College. Yeah, he's a phenomenon. See, we can't think of a person from the purest of the poor family coming up to this high level. Then in IASC, he is one of my Vada friends. So he's so close to me. And in IASC, yes, he was doing automobile. I am doing IC engineering with some jet propulsion activities. Then despite his height, he was a good basketball player. He was a good shooter. Then we joined, after our ME, we joined IIT Madras. I joined because of my previous experience in jet engines. I joined aerospace engineering, and he joined IC engineering, mechanical engineering department, IC engineering laboratory. Yes, a lot of forethought about the engineering. As early as, I think, 1980, that is 20 plus 25, 45 years back, he conducted a short-term course on hydrogen energy. Now hydrogen energy is a hot topic in the whole world, and India is also doing a lot of work on hydrogen energy. I think I gave a lecture in his short-term course on hydrogen energy use in aerospace applications. In IIT, in IIT, as social activity is concerned, he is a good shuttlecock player. He is a good shuttlecock player. And our children and their children are of same age group. In fact, my daughter and his daughter's birthday are same day they were born. And I always get confused with Kanchana and Kalpana. Kalpana is his daughter's name, and Kanchana is his wife's name. Yeah, that's all I want to say. I wish him all the best, and his wife good health, and I wish him all the best to you. Thank you. All the best to you. God bless. Nagalingam. Don't get up. Don't get up.
Thank you, sir. So next, I would like to call upon Dr. Prabhu from SRM University.
Good afternoon to all of you. Professor Nagalingam, as many have stated, is witty, but yet very focused, very strict, but the loving kindness that he always used to show with all of them around him, is something that we always have to learn. My association with Professor Nagalingam started in 2006 when I was working at KCG College of Technology. My stories, my memories is something different than what others have shared. Because I never had an intention earlier to pursue a doctoral program. The first time, I think in 2007, 2007 or 8, through Professor, I had an opportunity to meet Professor Ramesh. I had an opportunity to hear a lecture of Professor Ramesh. And following that, for a workshop, I had an opportunity to hear, a lecture from Dr. Jebus Dinagar and also C. Prakash sir. So that was the first ice-breaking point. So he used to follow me right from 2006 and insists me every now and then to register for doctoral program. But every time he used to tell me about that, I used to dodge. But after hearing and seeing all of them, that's the first breaking point. And 50% of my thought is shattered. So where am I standing? I started thinking about that. And again, it took a while. At which point, the management of KCG College of Technology, requested Professor Nagalingam to take over as head of the department, which Professor did not want to because he wanted to concentrate only on research activities. But because they insisted much, at least for a certain period of time until they get another person, they requested him to pursue, which Professor agreed to. And I was asked by the management to assist him in his activities. I don't know whether the Professor remember that. Hopefully he will. Most of the time, I used to be there in his cabin doing some work. So there's no point of escaping there. Because every time I see him, he used to ask me. One point of time, even the application form, I remember even now, the application form for my PhD was filled by Professor Nagalingam. So he just left it on my table. Just sign it. That's all. I never see what has been filled in that. He just dropped the form on the table and he asked me to sign it. So I was just thinking, okay, such a senior person is insisting so many times. He has taken effort. There is no need for him to do that, but still he did. It is only because of the interest that he have in other people, that he is doing all that. And without a second thought, I signed it, and that was the time, I decided whatever Professor says, I should follow it. The other thing is, every time, I go back home, my father had never seen him. But my father used to ask him, did you see Professor? Because I used to share with him what has happened every day. He used to ask him, did you see Professor today? What did he say? What did he ask? I used to tell him. And the last piece of advice that my father gave is, whatever Professor says, just follow it. So until now, I'm following that. Even my daughter, sometimes when when I and my wife used to, do some work, she will not do it sometimes. And she's met Professor a couple of times and has given a few pieces of advice to her as well. Something which, she don't do when we insist. I used to tell her, you remember what Nagalingam Tata told you? I tell that without a word, she used to go and do that work. So such a, personal touch, the loving kindness, it is only the loving kindness and the interest that he shows, to all the people surrounding him, is something that is always memorable. And even now, Professor, when we speak to Professor, he used to tell, there is something which you've done really good. But it's like I used to tell him, you are like sun, we are like moon. We are just the reflection from the sun. Because of the reflection from the sun, the moon is shining. It is like that. So we are just the moon, sir. Right? So we always cherish the memories, and like others told, we will carry forward forever in our life. Thank you so much, sir. We pray for a good and healthy life for you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for organizing such an excellent program for Professor Nagalingam, sir. And this date, just now I was telling Professor MSK, sir, also this 22nd February, I hope sir would have forgot. So 6 years back, the same day was my Viva date, PhD Viva date. 22nd February 2019 was my Viva date. So this day I never forget. So as everyone was talking about the research and the knowledge transfer that he did, but with my journey of about 8 years with sir, I learned few life lessons from him. Like to share a few of those things. As Professor Linus sir also said, preparing for the class, I was a new lecturer, joined SRM in the year 2011, and after that only I met Nagalingam sir and joined for my PhD program. So in the first year I got a subject, I prepared myself well, I taught the subject, and second time I got the same subject, so I thought, okay, I'm an expert, why I have to prepare again? So I was just taking the class like that. But once I started the coursework with Professor, there was a subject automotive pollution and control. I was the only student with Professor, and I was shocked to know that for each and every class, just to take alone for me, he used to prepare 1 hour for the class. So that time only I realized that, okay, so he is an expert in that field and still he is preparing for one student. So I have to follow at least 25% of what he is doing so that I can be a better person. So from that time I was thinking. And only one time in my journey I saw sir angry. One day I got, again, I was a single student to sir coursework. I was in another meeting, I came late to the class, I said I won't take the class on that day. And he said, I will not take the topic for you again. So that was one day that he got angry. And other than that, my family and sir's family were very close. My son, my elder son used to come to his house, and he is in his house, he'll be having a swing, right? So once he enters, my son was about 3 years that time. So he said, Tata, please, you go and sit that side, I want to play. So he'll pick sir and sir will walk from there. And I remember one day he asked my son, do you want any snacks? He said, I'll eat snacks only from A to B. So it was a casual thing, but after that, whenever my son comes, I just tell him he would buy snacks for him and keep it. So I don't know how he remembers each and every time, even it will be a big surprise for him. So for that itself, my son said, no, I'll come there because sir, Tata and Party would have made kept snacks for me, I'll come there. And my son loves the the garden that he has. Every time he comes, he'll spend time there. And so it was more like a family. And what I've learned from Professor is what, in terms of research and in terms of these life lessons, is what taking me further. So I'd like to thank for everything, sir. So thank you so much.
So next, I would like to invite Dr. Kashiraman from SRM University.
Good afternoon all. I am a faculty from SRM University. I started my research work with Dr. Krishnan when he left for an abroad assignment. He told Dr. Nagalingam sir to take care of me, take care of this fellow Nagalingam. So I met him and took his guidance from that day onwards. To be frank, I had tortured our sir and madam because I don't know how to write a paper by then. So I had written something and gave it to him for correction. Many times, even Amma used to feel that you are working more hours than even when you were in IIT. So to that extent, I tortured him, and finally, with his guidance, I am able to complete my doctorate. And now, whatever he gave me, I am able to give to my students, and 4 of them are getting their degree, getting their doctorate. And during the research work, I had seen him taking personal interest on the experimentation I was doing. I was doing in our laboratory. One day it was late evening. I thought that sir had already left. But around 5 o'clock, when I was taking reading in the engines, I heard his voice. Look at the plunger, the sample gun you are using. It's not in good condition. Just check that. So I never expected him at that time. And his presence had really gave him the morale to do it even better. That's one thing. And after, I have to mention one more thing to you. Normally, the young ones, the birds, young ones, when they grow up, the mother bird used to drive them away to take care of themselves, to train them to take care of themselves. Am I correct? Tamil சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா, பறவைகள் கொஞ்சம் பிறந்த உடனே தாய் பறவை வந்து குத்தி துரத்தி விட்டுமா, நீ போய் நீயே பாரு அப்படின்னு. Like that, I had one incident. When I was conversing with our sir one day, I told him that in all my papers, your name will be there. So I told that to safeguard my work, right? That may be the reason behind it. But sir told, no, hereafter don't come to me. You do your own work, right? Don't come to me hereafter. You have to write on your own paper. So to that incident really taught me a good lesson. I started to write something which is known to me. So really, this incident had given me the feel that I have to learn something. So whatever the correction he had made in my papers during the doctoral work, I used to go through and learn many things. Sir, even today, whatever the correction you had given to me, he is guiding me. Together with the knowledge you had given to me. Thank you, sir. So my prayers are our Guru and Amma. You have to live long. Normally in astrology they used to say 120 years is Purna oil, right? I pray to God to live more than Purna oil. Thank you, ma. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So next I would like to call upon online participant. So unmute yourself.
Irfan, we cannot hear you.
And if you can speak now. Just can you speak a bit louder? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I think I'll just reconnect. It.
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay. Can I speak now? Yeah. Okay. Right. All of you. Okay. It's in fact, I really miss attending the program directly, physically with all the great gatherings over here. Can I continue?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay. Right. So it's every time or any reconnect or there should be an emotional connect. Now the emotion, nobody else. It is Professor Nagalingam. So Nagalingam sir is the emotion for today's gathering, and that's a very reason why there is a very warm response from almost all the alumni who are connected to Nagalingam sir for a long term or even for a shorter period. So I could we could always connect, or we could always dig up good memories during our MTech time. I did my MTech in 2005 to 7 in the AET batch, automotive engine technology. At that time I was from Ashok Leyland. So this AET batch, especially when Nagalingam sir takes the class for us, he always try to see that how the theory is really bridged with an application, because he used to say that since we are from the industries, that application is more important, and that way he keeps a different expectation from the students, and we are very sure whenever he puts the exams, whenever he puts the tests, from along with the other questions, he always makes a point that there are some tricky questions where we have to think in an application side and answer it. So that's just something which he always trigger the learning inquisitiveness, and also bridging the theory with the application. So that was something very interesting and very great memory we are always carry or share here. And I still remember he started the class with the two-stroke engine, and almost all the different functions he taught on the engines are still going through the mind. So that way it was very crisp, clear, short, and the way he used to present. And I have been listening to the various felicitations from the IIT and also from the SRM, where we don't have, we always have a very great model from Nagalingam sir, how a teacher prepares for the students. In a span of 40 minutes, when he takes the class, very calm and not in a rush, but he makes sure that the very much essence the content is delivered. So that was absolutely an impeccable model how a teacher prepares and deliver in the class. So so I was wondering, today Nagalingam sir started his speech saying that I am not good at public speaking. But we always have a very great model, very good model, how a teacher addresses the student in the classroom. So I think that's something really we take it from you, sir. So on behalf of the AET students, and I'm sure there are many other members attending today's session, but still on behalf of my friends, my other friends and colleagues, we wish, and I wish all good health and peace, progress for sir and family in his life. And it is really a great moment today, and especially thank Professor Ramesh. Ramesh sir has taken this initiative, I'm sure. And whenever I come to Chennai, I make it a point that if I get a time, I make a visit to IIT Madras. So last time when I visited IIT Madras, I met Professor Ramesh. So Ramesh sir was putting forward this idea of having a reconnect, a gathering to honor, to be with Nagalingam sir. Rather than a formal gathering, spend a day with Nagalingam sir, how we can make it more rewarding and also keep the memories very live and colorful. So I think that thought which was triggered from Ramesh sir, it was very genuine and it was very much needed. And that's a simple and the minimal way we are able to be thankful to Nagalingam sir. And today is really memorable by organizing this event, and wish all the health and peace prosperous. Would like to still connected with Nagalingam sir for the long. And thank you, sir, and thank you all the organizers and coordinators who are making today's program a big, a great event, and really cherishing our minds. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. So your memento is with us. Maybe you can collect later. It's available with Professor Ramesh sir in his office. So whenever you are visiting IIT Madras, maybe you can collect your memento. Thank you very much. So we are running out of the time. So tea is available outside. So we don't want to break the session. So maybe if someone wants tea, maybe you can go and have a tea. Otherwise, you can bring inside also. Maybe someone from AET batch, you can share your memories. Yeah, please. Dr. Jayagopal currently is working in Kubato, New Delhi. He's a general manager there.
Very good evening, sir. It's my pleasure to be here in your such a memorable session here. Myself from AET 7th batch, 2004 to 2006. I started my career as GET. I was a BTech from MIT Compet. But I got an opportunity to come for a AET sponsorship program. So first my experience with sir was the process of admission for a MTech at IIT Madras for AET batch was they give a entrance exam, written exam. Then after that there is a interview. So in my case there were 7 professors. I was one student to give one to many interview. Every professor their own subject, like thermodynamics specialist, then fluid mechanics specialist. Then he was the only person who was asking engine questions. Whereas my 3 years experience after my BTech was engine department from Tata Motors. So every questions I keep us answering to professors till we are able to say no, they'll stop the questions. Then the next professor starts. That's what the interview has happened. So when he started his question, he was started asking basic on engines. I was very happy to answer him. Like what is a 2-stroke, what is between 2-stroke and 4-stroke. These are basic questions. So I thought, okay, now I got selected. Now I have got a good answer. with him. So that's a good, first started my interaction with him. Afterward, after my admission, he used to teach very basic things. For example, how the 2 pi nt by 45,000, the formulas come for power. How Planck by 60,000 kilowatt, the formulas come for the engine. So that is the kind of thing he used to teach, the basic fundamental of the engine power formulas. That's what he was so fundamental teacher for me. So after joining back in Tata Motors, my manager asked me, after your MTech, what is your takeaway from the course? My simple answer was them, in my life, hereafter I can face any engine person in the world. So that is what we learned from him. Because the fundamental taught by not only him, the other professors like Professor Ramesh and other professors, the 80 batch, we come from industries and they give a fundamental needs for the industry. So they become a complete academic need for the industry, and therefore we are able to sustain as well as we are able to contribute our value to the industry, an automotive industry. So that's why we are growing up. Still with their wishes, we will grow up with a lot of other learnings as well. So I wish we are not able to bless him because very young people. When he was finishing his PhD, I was not even born. That is my case. So we cannot wish him, but definitely we will pray the God, Almighty and the God on behalf of AIT as well as behalf of my family members. So I wish him good and great health and longer life and good family life as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayagopal. So next I would like to call upon Mr. Kedar Gokhale, again from AIT batch.
Good evening all. I am Kedar Gokhale. I am in Tata Technologies now. But when I joined IIT Madras, it was 4th or 5th batch, I believe, 2002 to 2004. I remember one thing. When I got entered in IIT Madras, there was a written test by Professor Nagalingam, and he immediately, after a few hours, he immediately corrected the answer sheet in front of me, and it was followed by a quick interview as well. So I was praying that he will ask me the questions which I know, but it was exactly opposite. He asked me all the questions which I went wrong in the answer sheet. So it was very interesting, but those questions were not for humiliating me, obviously. He used that opportunity to correct my wrong understandings. So I learned from that time onwards that here it's not for passing or failing, it's for learning and generating knowledge, creating knowledge. So later on, I also had a wonderful opportunity to work on engine design from scratch. Generally, these opportunities are not that common, wherein I used to always remember the fundamentals which we learned from Professor Nagalingam as well as many other professors. But I specifically remember about his lectures where we used to talk about very fundamental basic architecture of engine, and those are having far-reaching effects. If your choices go wrong, you will some or the other time deeper in the down the line, you will understand you have gone wrong somewhere else. So that was wonderful for us to implement all the learnings. Another interesting thing I happened to be industry faculty for some of the postgraduate course where I attempt to teach IC engines to MTech students, where I sometimes try to imitate the traits of Professor Nagalingam, Professor Ramesh, how to reach out to the student and how to, explain them the way they will understand. And these are some things which are going to remain for all our life. So we are very thankful to you, sir. We have learned many things knowingly and unknowingly from you. With that, I would like to stop. There are multiple memories. But I would like to wish you on behalf of all our AIT colleagues a wonderful life ahead, a healthy life, and peaceful life to you and your family. All the very best. Thank you, sir.
So anyone would like to share memories? Loganathan sir. Oh.
So good evening to all. So I am Professor Loganathan, Mechanical Engineering, Annamala University. When I used to join PhD in IIT Madras in 2002, so I used to meet first Professor Ganesan sir in the occasion of interview time. After getting the admission, then I used to meet Nagalingam sir and then Ramesh sir for fixing my gate. Then that time Professor Nagalingam sir interviewed me. So what is your interest and what is the subject you are familiar with this? So I told that generally I used to take thermodynamics, sir, and related to thermal engineering, so no problem. So you just read all the fundamentals of IC engine and everything. Then I used to fix my guide is Ramesh sir. That time many students are studying PhD. It's very difficult to fix the guide. And also at that time Purpuram also entered in the frame. He is also joined as a regular student. I came with a quality improvement program, QIP. The time limit is very important for a QIP student. So normally the institute will give 3 years only LU. Or that time limit will rush up me for doing the research very fast. In the same way we have done that work. In between some slow and fast, like that it will be happening. That time I used to meet Nagalingam sir. Sir, this much work I have done. Then next is what I have done. Then he verified whatever work I have done on previous things. So only then he convinced me, no problem, don't worry about the time limit, all the things. So you are coming from here for learning the subject. So you have to learn, you have to study, whatever limit, there is no limit. Then I accept all these things. Then I slowly progress my research. And also that time our IC engines supporting staff, Subramanian sir and Nagarajan sir and Nagarajan sir and Michael, everybody supported us, even Purpadam and me. We used to go entire city for bringing material to fabricate our engine setup and everything. So we work hard and we succeed also. So even I remember that. So that time I worry about years. That time I worried about years. So 4 years gone, 5 years going to happen. Then how to be finished? Now I am very happy. We learned a lot when I was in IIT. Now I am teaching to my students whatever I learned. Now I am teaching to my students. So during my research in IIT, I remember one things. One day Nagalingam sir called me. Normally I used to dress some good matching and all. One day Nagalingam sir called me. Whether you are doing any research, maybe nicely you are dressing also. No sir, I used to dress like that, sir. But I will do work whatever my guide is asking. I will running the engine and showing the reading, and even from the normally we will run engine with Poda and everything. But Ramesh sir will see from the cabin whether this boy is running engine or not. He used to come. So like that practice. The same one we are repeating there, and the students also practice. So we learn a lot, but not worry about the time and family background, everything. So good experience. So never forget the IIT experience, and never forget Nagalingam sir advice, and Professor Ganesan sir also frequently advised me. So you entered, so you have to learn, so you have to get the degree. So even my friend James also came after 1 year. So he is very brilliant than me. So in IOMS examination, he was not go through. But at that time he was very dull, so no problem. The Viva, no limit for our knowledge. So we try next time. Next time he got through, no problem. So that time we appreciated him, and the Ganesan sir also appreciated him. He got also degree. So like that we spend the time with good things. So I am very happy to come to this function and come in with the Nagalingam sir. So I am gradually appreciate sir to live long for another more than 20 years. So very congratulations. Thank you, sir.
So I would like to share one thing. He is the next HOD of Department of Mechanical Engineering at Alumni University.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So, anyone, anybody interested to share? So next I would like to call Mr. Kedar Kanse from AIT batch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really very fond memories of Professor Nagalingam. I am from the batch of 2001-2002 AET. At that time, I worked for Kirloskar Oil Engines. Kirloskar Oil Engines had different divisions. One was auto components division, another was engines division. Sir, I was selected from the auto component division. Essentially, we were designing, manufacturing bearings, engine bearings. So from that standpoint of view, I had exposure to the engines, to the tribology aspect of the bearings. But when I went to IIT, the interview was with Professor Nagalingam. And as many people have said, questions were simple, but one question that I do remember is, what is it that limits the speed of the engine? In the engine, what is the physics that limits the speed of the engine is what you had asked, sir. And those kind of questions which triggered what in combustion limits the speed. And the answers you gave and helped us arrive at the true physics of it was really, really exciting. And I was really looking forward to it. Then the first lecture I very remember because he taught us two-stroke engine. And he used to draw a typical figure of the engine. With a round base and a vertical. Every single time it comes, the same figure will start. The concepts were getting honed. He was the go-to person for all of us for any kind of problem. The biggest challenge was some of the challenges I faced, and I do remember him for is my project work. So industry students typically have to do a project either in the industry or in the IIT. Typically, all of us prefer to do in the industry. But for me, the bearing division didn't have a R&D side of it. And on the engine side, in the IIT Madras, less work was being happening in the tribology side. So for me to choose a project, I had to rely on many things. So I visited many professors. Finally, I went to Professor Nagalingam. So he said, okay, no problem. You can go to any other department in IIT and work for it. So I searched and nothing worked out. So finally, I got somehow hooked to the research that a professor in IIT Bombay is doing good in tribology, engine bearings. So I got interviewed by him and he said, I have a DST sponsored project. You can work on that. So I again went to Professor Nagalingam. I said, this is what it is. So he said, let me speak to him. So I put up a call with him to that professor and they spoke. And then he said, it doesn't matter, you go and do this project. Wherever you work, Kedar, you are working for the country. So that kind of vision, that kind of bigness in your heart for your students, that has left a lasting impact individually on me and how I approach to various students or various juniors in the way we conduct. And the same thought was echoed by Professor Ganeshan as a HOD. It was a daunting challenge to do another IIT where I was not a student to work on that project. And for 6 months, it was really a balancing act. And people were able to complete their projects well ahead in time. But for me, it was the last day, last moment. And my colleagues used to ask, if he doesn't come, what happens? Professor used to say coolly, if he doesn't come that day, you will have to spend 6 months more. For a sponsored student to go into that kind of a zone was really difficult. But it is Professor Nagalingam who guided all the way through. Even after my Viva, he said, he put a pat on my back and he said, you don't bother whether you get a S grade or what grade. Because these grades are not going to be remembered from how you, but what will be remembered is the experience that you got through the project. And fortunately, I could do the first time measurement of a minimum oil film thickness in an engine bearing for the first time in the country through that program. All this because of blessings of my guide. And I today come to know about all his history and the kind of work he has done through all your memories. I feel enriched and I feel very proud to be your student and the kind of values I take from you. Another aspect of him I remember is during our convocation, I had brought my mother and he said, Kedar, your parents, when they are becoming old, you have to take care of them. You have to have a chauffeur-driven car and let them have a drive through IIT and Chennai. That kind of closeness and the suggestion that you give, that has taken me, you kept me in your heart, sir. Anytime, whenever I hear your name, all those memories come rushing. Wishing you all the best, sir, for your health and the future. Thank you. And this opportunity is a great thing for me to stand here and talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Nagalingam, sir, are you available? Nagalingam? Dr. Nagalingam? You want to present a memento? So, Mr. Nitin Kulkarni would like to present a memento to our professor. Nazreen.
Good evening, everybody. When the previous person was mentioning about the convocation, I just remembered the only time when the professor was a little bit disappointed on me was on the day of convocation. Actually, the time the call is very rare. My parents were there and other friends and there are 2-3 people. Once the convocation was over, professor met me and asked where are your parents. By the time they left, and he was a bit disappointed. I don't know, sir remembers this or not. Then I felt very sorry about it because I couldn't introduce my parents to him. Because all along, from the day one, all along, what I have seen is the empathy he shows on me. Not only me, in general to all. He may not express anything, but the way, from the body language, I can understand how much care he takes on us. And when I look back now, somewhere I read it, whether in the IIT or in the constitution of forming the IIT, the purpose of IIT is imparting this one of the center of excellence, as well as disseminating the knowledge to the other level. So in that case, nowadays, maybe in my days, definitely there's no other choice than IIT, but now the knowledge is available everywhere, but the examples like Professor Nagalingam, Professor Ramesh, this we cannot get from anywhere. So really they are transferring their personality, their knowledge to the next generation, to the society, directly and indirectly. I'm really, very thankful. And on a fun note, I learned many things from him. Just take on 1 minute. The first day I met him, I used to say SARS because I come from a Tier 2 town city. So when I was telling about, I was introduced to Professor through Dr. Ramesh. So I say, Ramesh sir told, I couldn't recall what exactly the context, but whenever I use Ramesh, I said Ramesh sir. He imitated Ramesh sir. After 2-3 times only, he is teasing me. Then I realized that I should not use Ramesh sir, I should use Dr. Ramesh. The next, it is the first conversation. I don't know, sir, remembers that, but he was teasing. I couldn't, after 2-3 times, he repeated Dr. Ramesh sir. He told Ramesh sir, then only. Then how simple is, in his mobile or in my moped, I don't remember. We travel, he is a big person. Right now, you people are appreciating him, the value of him. But as a professor at IIT, I was driving my moped or his moped to the Adair TVS dealership to purchase read walls. That is the simplicity and association, greatest person showing say a normal student. So he is as simple as it and as dedicated and empathy and what else? Great learning, great experience, and ever thankful. Thank you very much.
So once again, good evening. So I would like to express my memories in a local language, Tamil, because so that I can express in a better way. So I'll mix both English and Tamil. என்னோட லைஃப் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா pre-2001 and after 2001.
Pre-2001, before 2001, I completed my master's in the College of Engineering, Indiana University. Afterwards, I don't know what to do because I thought that I want to enter IIT Madras for doing something. That is what in my mind. But I came from a small village. Even today, there is no bus facility in my village. So even if I want to go anywhere, we have to travel 2 kilometers in a circumference. Then only one can catch the bus to reach a nearby town that is called Arani. Then I heard a professor's name when I was doing a master's in Anna University. Professor Nagalingam used to come to Anna University for capstone project review and all. During that time, so why don't you approach a professor to get an admission in IIT Madras? அப்புறம் நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், சார் வீட்டுக்கு போனேன் ஒரு நாள். அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டேன், நான் ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ்க்கு அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டேன். சார் வீட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு, சார் இது மாதிரி நான் அப்ளை பண்ணியிருக்கேன், எனக்கு வந்து நான் ஐ எம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் டு டூ பிஹெச்டி வித் யூ. அப்புறம் சார் சொன்னார், நான் ரிட்டையர் ஆக போகிறேன், என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியல. சரி, நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ணுங்க, நான் பார்க்குறேன்னாரு. பட் ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி ஐ குட் கெட் அட்மிஷன் இன் ஐஐடி மெட்ராஸ். தென் ஐ ஜாயின்ட் அண்டர் ப்ரொஃபஸர். அப்புறம் வந்து ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி ஆர் அன்பார்ச்சுனேட்லி ஐ டோன்ட் நோ, அந்த டைம்ல வந்து ரிட்டையர் ஆயிட்டாரு. தென் சார் வந்து ஒரு சேஃபர் ஹேண்ட் கிட்ட கொடுத்தாரு, ப்ரொஃபசர் ரமேஷ் சார். விதை போட்டது சாரு, பட் வந்து அதுக்கு டெய்லி தண்ணி ஊற்றி அதை வளர்த்தது வந்து எவ்ரிடே ஐ வாஸ் grown by because of his guidance and support, everything. He was like my brother only, not any other kind of relationship. It's like a brother. அப்புறம் வந்து அவர் எல்லாத்தையும் பண்ணாரு. எப்ப போனாலும் ஈவன் I completed 3 years. 2002 I joined. Then for developing a setup and all, it took more than in IIT standards and all 2-3 years. Then one day sir asked, Professor Ramesh sir asked, I think you are not going to publish any paper. But whenever he used to get a sound, engine sound, he is very happy. Then if engine sound is not there, he will not talk to us. That is the kind of person. அதுக்காக வந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு நாளைக்கு என்ஜின் சவுண்ட் வந்ததுன்னா அப்புறம் வந்து ஓகே என்ஜின் ஓடுதா, உங்களுக்கு என்ஜின் ஓடுதா, ஓகே ரீடிங் எங்க ரீடிங். ஸோ தட் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ். 9 o'clock we used to call at even midnight 12 o'clock. So when we are sleep during that time, my family was there. We were staying in the quarters. My son was there. He's 2 years old. அப்புறம் கூப்பிட்டாரு, 12 மணிக்கு கூப்பிட்டாரு, இங்க நீங்க பேப்பர் காமிக்கிறீங்க, எங்க வரவே இல்லையா அப்படின்னு. காலையில வந்து 7:30 நீங்க வந்து லேப்ல இருக்கணும்னு சொல்லுவாரு. நாங்க சப்போஸ் பை மிஸ்டேக், பிகாஸ் we are all family man, so we have to obey our wife and maybe something. அது நம்ம வந்து அவங்களை டிபெண்ட் பண்ணி தான் இருக்கணும். If you go by 1 minute late, 7:31, no, so I have some work, no, you come maybe after 2 days or 3 days. Yes. அது மாதிரி நெக்ஸ்ட் 2 டே அப்புறம் இப்போ டைம் இல்லை, நீங்க பாருங்க, நீங்க வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க, நான் கூப்பிடுறேன். ஸோ ப்ரொஃபசர் மை ஃப்ரெண்ட் டாக்டர் லோகநாத் யூஸ் டு ஸ்டாண்ட் ஆர் சிட். Intercom is there. Sir is used to sit in the first floor. We are sitting in the ground floor. That is the discussion room or computer room. பக்கத்து இன்டர்காம் பக்கத்திலே உட்கார்ந்து இருப்பார் அவர் லோகநாதன். ஏதாவது ரிங் ஆச்சுன்னா நண்பா இரு நான் போயிட்டு, because you want to present his presence in the lab. Record is presence in the lab. So அப்புறம் வச்சுட்டு வந்து நண்பா நான் அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் போட்டேன், நாம வந்து இனிமே வந்து சரி டீ குடிக்க போலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு யூஸ் டு வாக் இந்த வேலைச்சேரி கேட் ஆர் சம்வேர் அவுட் சைட். பட் சார், நீங்க நாகலிங்கம் சார் இல்லைன்னா என்னோட லைஃப் வந்து இப்போ 0. So now I am proudly say I am a hero, because my not only inspired my life, my next generation also. My son did BTech in NIT Trichy, EEE. Now he is working in a Qualcomm Bangalore. I hope you will do better. My daughter also doing medicine first year in the government medical college Tamil Nadu. நான் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜென்ரேஷனும் நீங்க வந்து இன்ஸ்பயர் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. ஸோ நான் வந்து இனிமேல் கவலைப்பட தேவையில்லை என்ன பத்தியோ என் ஜென்ரேஷனை பத்தியோ. எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் யூ ஒன்லி. யூ ஆர் லைக் எ பேனியன் ட்ரீ. அதுல வந்து ஒன் ஆஃப் த வந்து பிரான்ச் வந்து நானு. அது மாதிரி எத்தனையோ பிரான்ச்சஸ் இங்க இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அவங்க எல்லாம் வந்து லைஃப்ல வந்து மேல வந்திருக்காங்க. ஸோ யூ டூ ஆர் கன்சிடரிங் அஸ் மை 2 ஐஸ், left and right eyes, Professor Nagalingam sir and Professor Ramesh sir. So thank you very much, sir. ஸோ நீங்கள் இல்லைன்னா நான் இந்த இன்ஃபேக்ட் இங்கே நின்றுட்டு பேசிட்டு கூட இருக்க முடியாது என்னால். ஸோ அது மாதிரி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஈவன் ஐ கேம் ஃப்ரம் எ ஸ்மார்ட் ரிமோட் வில்லேஜ். Doing PhD, lot of people have helped. Nagarajan sir, Subramanian sir, we used to go to Mount Road for buying all these things. Then Michael sir, Babu, so it was help. So it's a wonderful experience we had. So thank you very much sir. So நீங்க என்னோட ஜெனரேஷன் மட்டும் நீங்க பண்ணல, நெக்ஸ்ட் ஜெனரேஷனுக்கும் நீங்க ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. So thank you sir, thank you very much. Sir, thank you. Thank you, sir. So next I would like to call Professor Ramesh sir to share his memories.
Good afternoon. First of all, I consider myself very fortunate because I have had a very, very long association with sir and sir's family, right from 1983. When I think sir may not remember, before I joined IIT Madras, I had the option of joining IISc or IIT Madras. I came to his room and he was sitting there and I was hesitant to enter. I entered and asked him, should I join MTech in IIT Madras or ME in IISc Bangalore for IC engines? Sir made it very clear to me that without any hesitation I joined IIT Madras. And it automatically became that I went to him for everything because I first met him. So right at the beginning, even in the first semester, I don't know whether you remember, sir, I wanted to do a project. And if you remember, you asked me to do a flow-through carburetor. It was some patent you gave me, and you said that you try this. And it was just the beginning, and with great difficulty. With great difficulty means there was no difficulty in doing the work. It was something which was new. Then we tried, and Professor always used to support me. Even though I was new, I didn't know anything. So whatever I used to do, he used to support. And that way I also did my MTech project with sir, then continued for my PhD. And I never took a break. In fact, I didn't even change my hostel room. I was continuous. The same place. I didn't even think of going anywhere. But sir used to always tell me, when I joined PhD, I don't know again whether he remembers, he said, if you want to go abroad, you go. Even after I joined. No guide will say that you leave and go if you want. So he used to say that if you want to go abroad, you go. But then I always wanted to continue. And so everything in my life, in fact, all my personal things, sir knows. And before we make any decision, we'll go and ask him. In fact, any property which I've got after I started earning was only because of sir. Any house or whatever I got, it is only because of his motivation. He used to constantly tell me, buy a house, buy a house, buy a house. Yes, sir? If I had asked, maybe he would have given, sir. And that similarly, for postdoc I was not willing to go abroad. So he used to always say, go abroad, I went. And even from there, I don't know whether you remember, I called you and said, I want to come back. He said, no, you went for 1 year, better stay there for 1 year and come back. And I stayed there. So every decision has had sir and madam's influence. And we know their family very well. They know our family very well, right from my father, mother, brother, my son. Everyone is very well known to them, and everyone there is very well known to us. And as I was discussing with Prakash sir, you tell so many things about what I did, but you would never know that it all came from him. I just followed. Because see, once we are in the same profession and we are looking at sir every day, automatically we get all the all the things here. And what we do, we don't even realize that it was got from somewhere. So it is like that. You say I meticulously correct. You do not know how meticulously sir will correct. But maybe when I was also there, he left it to me. That's all. But so all these things actually, many things I have learned from him without even knowing that I am learning. And many things are there today just because I have just been observing. So sir has done a lot for us. Madam has done a lot for us. In fact, we just go to madam and talk like I will talk as though I am talking to my mother or someone. It's not any different. So even a few days back we went, and so it is just going and coming. So I mean, we are a part of his family, or he is a part of our family. We don't know. So it's like that. So I don't want to wish anything because I'm not big enough to wish anything. But we all know that he will, for his good deeds, everything will be good. So I wish to say that we have gained a lot. My family has gained a lot, and everyone has indirectly or directly gained a lot who have been associated with him because of his kind heart. And he never wishes anything. He wishes only good for others, and never gets angry. And very rarely he gets angry, but that will be for a good reason. Very, very rare. That's very rare. So I thank you very much, sir, and thank madam also for everything that has happened to us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So finally, I would like to call upon Mr. Prakash sir, General Manager, retired General Manager from Ashok Leyland. He is an expert in engine development.
How many of you don't know Tamil? How many of you don't know Tamil? Okay. Tamil தெரியான்னு சொல்ற அளவு தமிழ் தெரியுது இல்ல. I will translate for you because certain things come through very much in the. Sir, நான் வேற விதமா ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண விரும்புறேன். மாதா பிதா குரு தெய்வம்னு தமிழ்ல ஒரு வாக்கியம் இருக்கு. மாதாவும் பிதாவும் நம்மளுக்கு செய்யக்கூடிய நல்லது செய்யறது அவங்கள தவிர வேற யாருமே கிடையாது. நெக்ஸ்ட் குரு தான், நீங்க தான். அதனால நீங்க கொடுத்ததுக்கு எல்லாத்தையும் முதல்ல தேங்க்ஸ் சொல்லிடுறேன் சார். நீங்க வாட் எவர் யூ ஹவ் given me, I tell you what we have taken. I want to divide this into two parts. First is the value system. The value system is, I have heard so many people talk about it. I have experienced it so I can understand what you are saying. Well, the first thing is, I am a single student. He has never taken classes from me. He has always, it's like a tuition class for me. The classes were across the table. When I joined MTech, IC engines, I fought for IC engines. Somebody said, IC engine, where are they? What did they give you? Manufacturing. For me, they said, what I had asked for in the requirement is, first choice IC engines, second choice machine tool technology. So then they said, this was questioned in the interview itself. Prakash, what you have done as the second? I said, even if you give me machine tool technology, I'm not ready to join. Indicating them very clear about my passion. I said, only engines. And the second thing is, I talked about the value system. Sir, உங்களை அறியாமல நீங்க கொடுத்தது first trust ன்னு ஒன்று கொடுத்தீங்க. Capital T, capital R, capital U, capital S, capital D. Trust. He trusted us. I have written exams. Sir சொல்லுவாரு, Prakash pay exam timetable போட்டு வான்னு. I'm a single student. So some of the subjects which are difficult, I used to take a 2-day break. One subject which are not difficult, I used to have two sets in one day, so no problem. I used to go to his room. He'll give me the question paper, go finish your exam and come. I have been sitting in the room, the last room, I forget that, the diesel hall, Nanikara, I think. That was the hall. I'll be sitting and writing the exam. Some BTech students have come inside. What are you doing? Writing my exam. Writing an exam? Where's the supervisor? I had no supervision. That is the second thing. He trusted us. Sir, I tell you with very great pride, that is how I have treated my team. And there, I am not able to tell you the highest how many designations other people had, but I retired as GM engines after a period of 35 years in diesel engines. And I feel very proud. You gave me a baton to follow. I held that baton very high. And I'm still holding it. First is one is called the trust. Second is the freedom to work. These people have given me work and they never come, Sinjia. They have never done that. We used to feel bad. You know, in the world today, the most difficult thing to do is nothing. யாருக்கா ஒரு பெட் வச்சுக்கணும் நம்மகிட்ட. அதில் வந்து கம்பெனியில் என்கிட்ட நிறைய லாட் ஆஃப் பீப்புள் யூஸ் டு பெட்டு கட்டுவாங்க. பிரகாஷ்கிட்ட பெட்டு கட்டணும். பெட் என்னன்னா ஒரு கடலை பேக்கெட் பர்ஃபி, ஒரு பேக்கெட் பர்ஃபி. ஆனால் சாதாரண பேக்கெட் பர்ஃபி பிரகாஷ் கிட்ட வின் பண்ணி வாங்கணும். தட் இஸ் த கிரேட்னஸ் இன் இஸ். அதில் நான் ஒரு தடவை வச்சேன், நீ 3 நிமிஷம் எதுவும் யோசிக்காம உட்காரு பார்ப்போம். 3 நிமிஷம் எதுவும் யோசிக்காம உட்காருங்க பார்ப்போம். அவன் அப்பப்போ கெடியாரை பார்த்தா யோசிக்கிறார். நான் சொல்றேன் 3 நிமிஷம் முடிஞ்சு யோசிக்க முடியாது. No, I given trusted my team. When I retired as GM engines, I had 65 engineers working for me. And every one of them, even today, they very fondly remember is the freedom and my leadership, what they are. And the PPT கிடைக்குமா? ஒரு PPT போட்டிருந்தேன். ஆமாம் ரமேஷ் இந்த PPT. உங்களை மாதிரியே தான் எனக்கும் PPT இருந்தால் தான் படம் காமிக்குமோ. இருங்க. See, Mada Pita Guru Dwara mein Matru Deva Bhava, Pitru Deva Bhava, Acharya Atiti Deva Bhava. Same thing translates. My question is very simple to you. Can you find any other person who has got more goodwill to you than your parents? Next to him is here. The parents have given us by nature. We have got him. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಟಿ ரமேஷ் திருப்பி அனுப்பவா இருக்கா? இன்னைக்கு காலை 6 o'clock காயின் பண்ணேன். ஏன்னா மை மெத்தட் இஸ் பிக்சர்ஸ் கம்யூனிகேட் மச் மோர் பவர்ஃபுல்லி தேன் can we have these two lights switched off, please? First two rows. Yeah. Sir, I'll tell you, I talked about the value system. For me, my mother did everything for the studies part. 5 வருஷம் நடையா நடந்தாங்க, எல்லாம் செஞ்சது அவங்க தான். அதனால I'll tell you how I repaid it back. அங்கே மேலே இருக்க ஒகேஷன் வந்து I am completing 60th birthday. 60th birthday, in the presence of my mother நடுவில் உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. In the presence of my mother, I handled a session in Anna University, Gindiல for PG students. சமர்ப்பணம், அவங்களுக்கு சமர்ப்பணமா அதை பண்ண, நீங்க எனக்கா இவ்வளவு பண்ணீங்க, இது வரைக்கும் பாருங்க. அவங்க என் மதருக்கு ரைட் சைடில் உட்காந்துருக்கிறது டாக்டர் மகாலட்சுமி, கிண்டியில இருக்க ஐஸ் இன்ஜின்ஸ் ப்ரொஃபஸர். அவங்களே வந்தாங்க, வந்து திஸ் இஸ் த ஆனர் ஐ கேவ் இட் டு ஹர். அதே மாதிரி கீழே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, கீழே வந்து அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டி விவேகானந்தா ஆடிட்டோரியம், அதில் வந்து டீசல் என்ஜின் எமிஷன் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணும்போது மை மாம் வாஸ் சிட்டிங் தேர் இன் த ஃப்ரண்ட் ரோ. So this is the value system we have learned from you guys. நான் என்ன பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்னா, you gave us certain guidance. We are following the guidance and we are taking it forward. அதே மாதிரி வந்து கீழே ஒன்று போட்டிருக்கேன், I have trained close to 1000 GETs every year. I tell you, sir, with pride, and the audience with pride. My professional session in Leyland was over in the year 2011. When I touched that magic figure of 58, they said, Prakash, you have had enough of engines, that's it. So in 2011, I already converted something like 35 years in diesel engines. 35 engines years is inside here. But then corporate took over me and said from 2011 to 2020, I have transferred, நீங்க சொல்லி கொடுத்தீங்களே உங்க மெத்தட்ஸ் இருக்கு இல்லையா, உங்க மெத்தட்ல உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது, எங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும், அனுபவிச்சா எங்களுக்கு தான் தெரியும். நாங்க எந்த கேள்வி கேட்டாலும் used to trigger us and make us look for the answer. That is what we follow. It's called the Socrates method of teaching. So I don't teach, I make them learn. இதுல என்ன சட்டில் டிஃபரன்ஸ்னா, டீச்சிங்னா நம்ம பாட்டு அதிகமா இருக்கும், அவன் பாட்டு இருக்காளேன்னு கூட தெரியாது. லேர்னிங்னா 100% ஷூர் அவன் பாட்டு தான், என் பாட்டு கிடையாது. நான் நீங்க எல்லாம் ஒரு செஷன் ஒரு நாள் என் ரூம்ல உட்காந்தீங்கன்னா யூ வில் ஃபீல் சோ குட் அபவுட் இட். எப்படி நான் ஆங்காரமா சொல்ல, திமிரா சொல்லல, பெருமிதமா சொல்றேன். நீ தலையை உட்காந்து ஆட்டிட்டு இருந்தால வந்து பேச அப்படின்னு மேலே ஏற்றி விட்டு ஓடி உட்காந்துருவேன். அவ்வளவுதான். அவன் சும்மா தலையாட்டிட்டு இருக்க முடியாது, அவன் வெளியே வந்து கறந்து எடுத்துருவேன் நான். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் மோ. அதே இதுல வந்து எங்க அம்மா வந்து கையில ஒரு புக்கை கொடுத்து எதை எழுதி கொடுங்கன்னு எங்க அம்மா கையில கொடுத்தேன். அது என்னன்னா 1975ல கிண்டியில நான் ஆட்டோமொபைல் இன்ஜினியர் சண்டை போட்டு, ஐஐடியில சண்டை போட்டு ஐசி இன்ஜின் வாங்கின மாதிரி கிண்டிலேயே நான் வந்து சண்டை போட்டு ஆட்டோமொபைல் இன்ஜின் வாங்கினேன். நம்ம முதல்ல கேட்டேன், சார் ஆட்டோமொபைல் இன்ஜின் முடியாது. ஏன் சார்? யூ ஆர் சிங்கிள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஆஸ்கிங் ஃபார் ஆட்டோமொபைல். ஸோ ஹவு மெனி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் யூ வாண்ட்? தே செட் மினிமம் 7 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ். ஐ எம் அ ஹாஸ்டலர். அன்னைக்கு ராத்திரியா உட்காந்து பிரெயின் வாஷ் அடுத்த நாள் 10 பேர் நிறுத்திருக்கேன். ஹெட் பண்ண 10 பேர் நிற்கிறோம் ஆட்டோமொபைல் வாங்கணும்னு. தே ஹேவ் டு கிவ் இட். அது மாதிரி சண்டை போட்டு வாங்கினேன். அப்போ வந்து படிக்கிறது கேட்டதுக்கு எங்க அம்மா வந்து அந்த காலத்துல அந்த புக் புக் ஆஃப் தி கார்னு ஒன்று வாங்கி கொடுத்தாங்க, 400 rupees at that time. அந்த புக்கை வச்சுதான் நாங்க 10-11 பேர், நாங்க 10 பேர் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், வாத்தியார் அவரும் சேர்ந்து படிச்சோம். அது வந்து I tell you, I fought my way through all this. அதனால தான் அதே தான் அவங்ககிட்ட கொடுத்து இதை எழுதி கொடுங்க அப்படின்னு. தென் இதுல வந்து from 2011 to 2020 close to 1000 GETs have gone through me. உங்க மெத்தட் தான். அவங்களை தூண்டி விட வேண்டியதுதான் என் வேலை. Trigger them, make them, give them a question, give them guidance. If they're going in the wrong direction, do a course correction. That's all. Next, please. Sir, உங்க ஆசீர்வாதம் ஹிந்து பேப்பர்ல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பேஜ்ல வந்தது. இல்லையே, நீங்க வழி கொடுத்தீங்களே, ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கொடுத்தீங்களே. It has come in the first page of Hindu and center column. Getting this location is not easy. And this location it came, next day morning, German consulate team was there to watch the engine, sir. Next day morning, the German consulate team was there. By that time, we had faced all the problems. And just to take a few minutes to tell you on those issues also. They started like a scooter key. Scooter start பண்ணி start பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டான். But before that, how much problems we had in only I know. Dr. B.S. Murthy he was leaving for Bokaro. He was going for his daughter. Prakash, start the engine tomorrow, give me a telegram to அப்ப போனுங்க எல்லாம் ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. Telegram, start the engine and tell us அப்படின்ட்டு he pushed up. அதனால ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம் சார். பஞ்சாப் கேசன் ஜி விஸ்வநாதன், பஞ்சாப் கேசன் ஃபயர் எக்ஸ்டிங்விஷர், ஜி விஸ்வநாதன் எலக்ட்ரிக்கல் சுவிட்ச், நான் தான் ப்ராஜெக்ட். ஆனால் நான் கேஸ் திறக்கணுமா, தான் என் வேலை. ஏன்னா என் ப்ராஜெக்ட் நான் தான் கேஸ் திறக்கணும் சார். வி ஹேட் த வார்ட் லெட் செட். அதை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிவிட்டு அது என்ஜினை மோட்டர் பண்ணுது. இங்கே இவன் ஜிபி சுவிட்சை போட்டான். அச்சா இங்கே பிரகாஷ் கேஸ் தர்றா அப்படி எப்படி ஆக்ட் பண்ணி காமிக்கிறேன். இப்படிதான் கேஸ் திறந்தோம். இப்படி திறந்தா ஒன்னும் நடக்கல. தரடா, ஒன்னும் நடக்கல. என்ஜின் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் பீங் மோட்டர்ட். தி கேஸ் இஸ் நாட் கமிங். தரடா, you got an explosion, huge explosion. கேஸ் கட கட கடன்னு மூட்டி எல்லாம் ஓடியாச்சு. டாக்டர் கேவிஜி நீங்க இல்ல, நீங்க இவன் நம்ம உயிரை விட்டதே பாருங்க ராமசாமி எல்லப்பன், இவங்க எல்லாம் எல்லாருக்கும் நன்றி சொல்றேன் சார். நான் எனக்கு ஒரு பழக்கம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, யார் எனக்கு உதவி பண்ணாலும் அவங்களுக்கு நன்றி கட்டாயம் சொல்லுவேன். போட்டு வந்துட்டோம். தென் once we came back, என்ஜின்ல ஒரு சின்ன பார்ட் தவறு நடந்திருக்கு. We identify, corrected, then we kept on doing it and then perfected the engine. Perfect பண்ண என்ஜின்ல all of you guys probably would have seen flame coming out of the tailpipe, some post combustion, something. And you know why that happens? There's water mixing. Like that, we go into detail. We have seen the flame come out of the inlet manifold. We have seen the flame come out of the inlet manifold. Then what to do? When you see fire, put water. So we see everything we fabricated. Everything we fabricated. And for this, only one guidance. See, a lot of people have said, I'm going into the very finer points. He never used to get angry. He never used to get angry. He never used to get angry. That was a great support to us. See, if we have made a mistake, we have fallen on our face, where else can we? Can only, sir, we can go there. Okay, next please. Come back. Please understand the caption I said, Guru Pranam. Pranam is supposed to be the highest form of reverence. Nothing short of that. Then, that was in the year 1977, sir. My internal fires, even today, even 2021, my internal fires are still there. This was in the year, this was in 2007. Till then, Ashok Leyland was very greatly going on 50 tons, 60 tons, 70 tons. So then it was the chairman's dream to make a small vehicle. Two people were given from the main department. My boss, R.R.G. Menon, and myself. Two people are released from the main product development division. Prakash, you are answerable for the engine. Menon is answerable for the vehicle. We were team out. This is the result. Today I'll tell you that vehicle is giving competition to the Audis. Ashok Leyland, you would know Ashok Leyland MD Vinod Dasari. He came and gave me a feedback, and that is today one of the best compliments. One those vehicle loaded with bananas overtaking my Audi and going, man. What else do you want? What else do you want? அது மாதிரி இருக்கு. அதுல அந்த P15 அதுல P stands for Prakash, 15 stands for 1.5 liter. சார் சமர்ப்பணம். நீங்க கொடுத்த இன்புட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வேலை செய்யுது. கொடுத்து நாங்கள் ரிசல்ட் கொடுத்து, ஆனா அதோட நிக்கல. ஒன்னு லாஸ்ட் ஒன். நெக்ஸ்ட். இது என்னன்னா, ஐ கேவ் ஒரு வாக்கு கொடுத்தேன் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் டீமுக்கு. 2011 when I was retiring, that Leyland family of the engine will be running in the line அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். That was 29th September 2011. That is a Leyland engine for which I am the mother, father, brother, sister, everything I am that. அதே மாதிரி அங்க பக்கத்துல இன்னொரு படம் போட்டிருக்கேன். That was as late as March 2020. That is the first BS6 engine of Ashok Leyland. That is the first BS6 engine of Ashok. I was there. So I have seen this end, I have seen that end. Here the message to the young fraternity of engines is, please keep the flag holding high. He has given you the flag and hold it as high as possible. Whatever happens, don't drop the flag. Engines will come back with a big bang. Engines will come back with a very big bang. Next. Sir, मैं IC engines lab किटे यार निकर रंडे यहाँ पेती रंडे यहाँ पेतींगे हाँ आदि वंदे यहाँ वाइफ है ये जून 2024 है இப்போ சமீபத்துல அங்க இருக்க என் ஃபேமிலி யார் வந்தாலும் அங்க போயிடுவோம் நாங்க போயிட்டு இது பண்ணிட்டு இதோ ரமேஷ் அங்க போய் அங்க ஒழிச்சுக்கிட்டு he is the custodian of my product now. He has taken over. That's it, I think. That's all over. Next. Thank you, sir. ரொம்ப வணக்கம் சார், நீங்க சொல்லி கொடுத்ததுக்கெல்லாம் விழுந்துகிட்டே இருக்கலாம் சார். வேண்டாம் 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 வேண்டாம், நீங்க எந்திரிக்கவே வேண்டாம், உட்காந்துருங்க.
Dr. Nedunjelian. Okay.
Good evening to all of you. I am sorry, I missed my turn and I have posted my name again. My name is Nagalingam. I did MTech 91 to 93. Is it okay, sir? Yes, sir. Clear, sir. Okay. I did my MTech in 91 to 93. I changed in gas turbine. Actually, last January 8th, I came to IIT Madras. Whenever I came to Chennai, I never missed the opportunity of visiting IIT Madras. So actually, fortunately, I had a DC meeting with Dr. Ramesh and myself as the members. So I came to IIT and wanted to spend some time in the IIT IC Engines lab. So casually we were talking at the time, Dr. Ramesh told me that we are having a felicitation function planned for Dr. Nagalingam. And then I told him, sir, actually the one person I wanted to thank in my life is Dr. Nagalingam, and definitely I will make it a point to come over there. But unfortunately, my father was sick and I have to go to the hospital. Somehow I came up in time. So actually, that's how I came to know about Dr. Nagalingam felicitation, and I wanted to be a part of that one. I think we made a great arrangements and everything very nice. I miss it. Anyway, I have the opportunity to talk. So in 1990, we invited Professor Nagalingam and Professor Ganeshan to one of our functions in our college called the Institute of Road and Transport Technology in IRTT in E Road. I was the in charge for the hospitality committee, so I went and picked up professors from the railway station and put them in the hotel and took them to the function venue. So while going through all this, spending time with the professors, they asked me about me. I told them, so I did BTech only from MIT Madras, and I wrote a GATE exam, but he told that, tomorrow interview will be there. So, what is subject you are going to say as a favorite subject? I told that, sir, many subjects are there. I told him, why don't you choose engine design? He suggested. I told him, okay, sir, I will choose the art. You study well, I'm prepared for that. He told me. Next day I went to the interview, and my surprise, he was sitting in that panel. So he asked me about the crankshaft, the balancing, and throw arrangement, design aspects of crankshaft. And I was able to tell, and finally I got admission. So actually, he is the person who helped me to get the MTech. Otherwise, with my score of 86 or something, I will never get that IIT Islam. That's the first help he given to me. And from that onwards, we used to have a lot of interactions. Whenever I visit IIT Madras, I never miss the opportunity of visiting Professor Ganesan and Professor Nagalingam. Everyone was there at the time, including the technicians. And suddenly, some 10 years back, I got a call from Professor Nagalingam. And we used to share our numbers now. And he asked me that, are you still in Erode? I told, yes, sir, I'm in Erode only. Then his sister was in Bhavani. At the time, till that I don't know actually. His native is in Bhavani. His sister was living in Bhavani, and she was hospitalized in Erode. So he asked me to go there and look after, give some helps. I gave some help and some arrangements I made. So that is the only time he asked me anything from me, and I did that. But and I invited him for. I went to his house in 2011, and at that time he was having knee problem. He started having knee problem, and the only problem is my knee problem. I invited professor and his wife for my daughter's marriage, but he told frankly that this knee problem I cannot make it, but my blessings are there. And my daughter was living nearby. I took them also. I blessed them. So I had a very nice memory. So throughout my life, I will be definitely remember Professor Nagalingam. And I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So Subramaniam, sir, you would like to share a few memories?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. My voice is audible?
Yes, sir, audible, sir.
Yes, I am K. Subramanian. I am the student of Professor Nagalingam. So, first of all, respected Professor Nagalingam, I am so happy hearing your 80th felicitation functions. So, you are my teacher and you taught me the design of IC engines courses. I met you before, some couple of years before in SRM University. And whenever we are thinking hydrogen, you are the pioneer in this country. I have opportunities while I was in IIT Madras. I just think some of the letters received from this forest department regarding vegetable oil research. And I guess 1970 or 80, I'm not remembering that better. We read, are you hearing my voice?
Yes, sir, clear, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'll finish it quickly. Yeah, I think time is there. So, I think he is a pioneer in case of vegetable oil research. I think Professor Gopalakrishnan, late, and Professor Nagalingam, and hydrogen cases also. He is a pioneer in this country started. At the time, I am not realizing that hydrogen how will come. Later, we are in the field. Anyway, we thank Professor Nagalingam, and he is a strict teacher and humanities values. And when we faced a problem in the laboratory one time, the IT room, the computer room locked. And he was there, somehow we did not have key. He said to open his room and work it. So still a lot of memories coming here. And I don't have age to this whatever congratulate, but we wish you happy life and more years. And you are the inspiration for us, being a teacher, being a researcher, under your banyan tree, we are all growing. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we have come to the end. So Dr. A.V. Sitaramaraju has left because he have to catch a train. He has given some class to Professor family. So on behalf of him, I request Ramesh sir and Madam to hand over to Professor. Yes, yes.
He got this, but he said it is not, it is from everyone.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, sir. So next, M.K. Subramanian. Next, Mr. Michael John Bose. Next, I would like to call upon T. Prakash to receive memento from Professor. So, Mr. Nitin. Dr. Ibrahim. So anyone has left out without any memento, receiving memento from Professor? Rajshekar. Okay. So Dr. Rajshekar. Now we have come to the end. So now I would like to call upon Prakash from SRM University to propose a vote of thanks. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Actually, sir, சொல்லுங்க. சொல்லுங்க சார். பிரீஃபா சொல்லுங்க.
Good evening to all. So by this time evening, I think all of you are saturated with the felicitation messages. And half of them already left. So what I prepare, Ramesh asked me to prepare a response message for 20 minutes. But now I will go through very quickly based on the slides so that everybody will be happy to go earlier. Okay. So morning I just briefly mentioned my students' contribution during my stay at IIT Madras. Now, because I 10 years worked in SRM also, so I will give a combined overall view of my education journey or academic journey. I'll start with it from 1960, where I got my education from school days onwards. Then eventually I retired in 2020 to 2020. After that, I am not doing any technical side. I am just a spiritual experience I am gaining. Now in this, I think around 12 slides are there. In that I will briefly explain why I got into the IIT Madras, what made me to enter into IIT, and what are the circumstances under which I entered SRM University. After retiring even from SRM, what is my present spiritual experience? Next slide. Very quickly, education, 1960, high school. The specialty of the school is it has completed 125 years. They are celebrating this year 125 years. And the next year I joined Salem Government College, PUC, then PG Tech 61 to 66. After BA, as our morning Ramesh and other person told, because I come from a very poor family, after BA I have to go for a job to get money because my mother is selling idli and is maintaining the family. So very badly need of money, and so on, I have to go for a job. But unfortunately, the 1968, 66 to 68 and all, very bad situations. So I applied nearly 100 jobs. No one job is available. So finally, I had to apply for the PG course where at least minimum 250 rupees will be given. So I joined IISc Bangalore for MBA program and completed in 68. Next. So this is, I put a separate slide because of the poverty and unemployment situation. After BE, after even MA, I did not get any job because I am not interested for teaching at that time. I wanted to go for a job in industry. So I tried number of industries, finally ending with nowhere, so no job. Now when I studied IISc Bangalore, Director A. Ramachandran was professor there. Then when I completed MBA, around that time he was made as a director IIT Madras. So when I attended the interview for IIT for applying this teaching position, the Ramachandran was very fond of IISc students. Whoever applies for my IISc will blindly take it up. So that time I was also taken for a teaching position in 1968, 18 September. That's on Vinayak Chaturthi day. Next. So even after joining IIT temporarily, I was not very keen on staying in IIT, but just teaching, and I applied for other universities, in American universities where my classmates, many of my BA and ME classmates were already there in USA. So I applied for USA some universities. In the State University of New York, Stony Brook, I got the the PhD admission as well as teaching assistantship. So before going to USA, I thought I will get married. So I got married in July 70 before the USA trip. But at that time, there is no GRE and all for going to USA. And they wanted my English knowledge score. That's called TOEFL score. But that was because I studied in a Tamil medium, I got 10 marks less than what the university requires. Around 510 out of 520 years. 520 is the minimum required. I got 510. So immediately the university has withdrawn the teaching assistant. They gave only admission. So for the temporarily, I dropped the idea of going to USA and stayed there in the IIT. Next. So from 1970, this is at the time when I got the admission and got married, and also the failure of the American trip. So after joining IIT, after 2 years experience, I found as you are all aware, the IIT is an excellent environment for living with family. So I started slowly liking the job, teaching job and research, and also slowly started my research PhD. I got PhD in 1976 with Professor B.S. Murthy, who is no more. In IIT, The research is important, given a lot of importance. You can survive only by research, not by teaching. So the international conference is a must. So at that time, Ramesh has given a chance to go to USA to present his paper, namely the new concept, which in the morning I explained, surface ignition engine. The USA, some of the universities after presenting the SCE conference, and I visited many universities. At the end of the stay, around after 2.5 months, I got a message from Humboldt Foundation, Germany. I got the fellowship, Humboldt Fellowship. So immediately I came back to India. I applied for leave and all, but there was a problem, technical problem. They didn't immediately send it. They sent me after 1 year. So I went to Aachen Technical University. Franz Fischinger is a very well-known professor, international level, he is very popular. See, sometimes the student gets honor because of the professor. So he is such a famous professor. To work under with him, I got a very proud to work under with him in the new areas, that is hydrogen engines. And after that, my research output, taking students increased. Next. So in 1991, I got another scholarship, the Netherlands scholarship. There mostly I worked in the natural gas and biogas engines. So thereby I could get some more students along with Ramesh. As I said in the morning, experimental work always is not a single work, it's a teamwork along with other faculty and research students. The main architect is research students. Because of that only all the paper, publication, pattern and all every comes. So from 1921-26, all the research students, they join, and IIT career comes to an end 2006. So my pension started at that time. Then after that, next slide. I decided, at that time, towards the end of my career, Professor Linus and Professor D. Prithviraj is also no more. Both of them, they came and requested me to join SRM University for research guidance. But at the time already I had this walking difficulty, so I could not take immediately, a long distance travel and all. So I politely refused to come. So I joined a nearby college, it's called the KCG College. There, luckily, one student, Professor Prabhu and Edwin Gio, there are two students working for PhD. In particular, Edwin Gio already registered and working with the Professor Nagarajan. So there I could help him because he was also using the hydrogen, so I could help him. And because of him, Edwin Gio, he also a very hard worker. A number of research papers based on his work were published. And it's a very good work. He completed a PhD, and after 3 years, he got his PhD from Anand University. And he is such a hard worker. Immediately, Ramesh helped me to get a fellowship in the France. What is in the morning, Senthil Kumar has mentioned the same fellowship. We went for at IIP, Institute of Petroleum. And from that onwards, he took the thread of going up very fast. And now he is at the University of Istanbul. Prabhu, unfortunately, he had some starting problem he could not do, and he came to SRM next year. So, around after staying 3 years or so in KCG College, I find nothing research only except a small research with this Edwin Gio. So again, at the time, Professor Linus is still not completed PhD, and as a matter of fact, none of the person completed PhD in the Assam University. So I thought it is better to join there instead of wasting time just by teaching. Even with the difficulty, I decided to go based on the invitation from Professor Linus. But I said I will come for 3 days. So I went there, but the main area of research is non-vegetable oil for diesel engines. And at that time there are pending PhDs, Linus, Martin, Kasiram, Logan and all. They could complete after my arrival there. And the first candidates I have taken, Prabhu, Prakash, Tyagarajan, Rajshekar and all they have taken are newly joined. And then very quickly they are very good scholars and as good as IIT students. They worked very hard and got PhD. And around this 2019, almost they completed. Then the COVID time started, and also I stopped going to the SRM University. That my academic career comes to an end at that time. So by the time all the students have completed, and all are waiting for their promotion. Next slide. So after the academic year ended in 2020, so now I am no longer interested. There is COVID time and all. I just started, to gain some spiritual experience. I started reading some books, hearing lectures and all. So I don't want to go in detail. And what impressed me, what I, based on my experience, spiritual experience I am sharing with you, the greatest facts in life. That is what the last 5 years I tried to understand. This was actually from the Buddha preaching. Every human being will get old age one day or other. So what does it imply? So we also will get, actually become old. So that implies that for old people we should help. Similarly, nobody can expect king or beggar, either old age or disease. Every day disease will come. So we have to help the people with the disease. We have to help them. Then the third preaching, what he says is, for our own good, bad, then if you are successful or failure, be only responsible. In Tamil there is a proverb, Teedum Nandrum Pirar Tara Vara. That is good or bad is only because of you. You will go up or will go down only because of you. This is one important point. The fourth point is very sad. I have experienced recently or a year before, the one day or other you have to be separated or you will be separated from your dear ones. So to give an example, in my ICL lab already I lost my colleagues. The Professor K. Gopalakrishnan, to whom I worked very closely, he expired. And similarly, Professor B.S. Murthy expired, Professor Srinivasarao, another colleague. And then is another Professor Ganeshan, he is very close to my heart. And every day we are sitting together in the last 15, throughout my IIT career, we and Ganeshan sit side by side. He suddenly expired one day due to some wrong treatment in the Apollo hospital. So there is another separation. Then recently, it is very sad to say, again, Professor Gajendra Bambu, he is also very close to my heart. He has done excellent work. Actually, whatever the felicitation, the similar way or the same thing should go to Professor Prabhu also. He has done such a wonderful research in Japan, America and all. But unfortunately, he came in some throat infection suddenly, I think last 2 months before he expired. And one more, this are all happening recently. Then one more person, an IIT professor, metallurgy professor, Annamalai is my spiritual group are going to Sabarimala and all. He also expired. And similar way, last month or so, my neighbor, I have known him for last 40 years, he has expired. So these are all happening. And one day or other, we should realize the fact. The dear ones will separate us. So what does it imply? We should not have too much affection, too much attachment for anybody. That is what the saying says. And then finally, the death will come. Nobody can escape death. So for that, we need not fear, because we don't know when we will die. It's a hidden message by God. God has already given, but we don't know when. So we cannot live in the fear of death. So we should live happily. Next slide. Next slide. So finally the preaching ends by saying, oh, the man's life is not 100 years, 8 years, 10 years. The present moment, what we sit here, what now we are experiencing, now this is the time we should live happily and we'll celebrate our life with this. So celebration or happiness in the life is not the material happiness. They say the spiritual, books and all, they say loving. These are almost all the religions that teach love everybody in the world, love every soul, animal, bird, or human being. We have to love in the world and help other people. Dharma, that is help the other needy people. We have to live for the sake of others. Next slide. So that was my spiritual experience I wanted to share with you. Now for my students, they came all the way from long distance and all. Some piece of advice, not the technical advice, it's for the good health, what I gathered. So here, for good health is a must. Everybody physically should be active, at least minimum 1 hour. We should do physical exercise. And the breathing exercise, this more than 2,000, 3,000 years or not, it is practiced. It's called the yoga or pranayama and all. The controlling the breath, it is very, very, very important for a long, healthy, stable life. And similarly, meditation. Meditation also gives better life, better stability for the mind and all. Then you have to eat limited and good food. That's not, these are very important facts. Drinking water, a lot of water we should drink for a healthy one, and sunlight we should keep. And we have to keep our mind always in the happy state. Happy state or happy mind comes from a very, very simple. The more the simpler, the more the happier. That's what all the books and all states. Finally, my thanks to me. Next slide. Thanksgiving ceremony. Now all my former students, you have come all the way. I don't know how to explain. I am experienced, over much excited, over happy. I cannot explain my happiness. From the morning onwards, I am experiencing actually overcome with all joy and all. The students coming all the way from different places like Bangalore, Coimbatore, Pune and all. I am very, very happy. In particular, AIT students, they come from all the way from Pune and all. I am extremely thankful for them for coming here. These students, actually, I was very happy as a teacher. I was very happy when I heard them. They are in a very, very good position. Exceeding the teacher. Always the teacher is more happier when the student is at higher position. All of them are good position. Specific example, 1 or 2, 3 can give. Professor Ramesh is an excellent teacher and he excels in the academic field. Dinakar, which I told you in the morning, on the industry side, doing excellent work. He is a leader in science. Prakash International, again, is a learner. So like that, all the students, PhD level, they are doing very well. Similarly, IIT students, I heard, they are in a very good position in the industry. I am extremely happy to know about that. So I am very, 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 very thankful for all of them having come for such a long places and long time spending with us. And thanks to the organizers. I think motivation behind this is the idea of Ramesh. He was telling for a long time. I told him already whether I deserve it or not. I told him, but he was kept on telling, we'll have it like that. So one day, finally, before his retirement, he decided without doing this, he will not leave IIT. So he has completely arranged this. And then so I must thankful for organizing Ramesh and his wife Chitra for taking all the trouble. And in particular, I think people, Purpadam, Prakash and all, they are very much organized. I don't know who was behind. I was kept in dark what arrangements are has been done. So I'm thankful for all the organizers they have done. And all the special invitees, in particular my technical staff colleague, Rajan, Michael, Subramanian, they come all the way. This is also an expectation. I didn't expect, but I'm very happy when they come here. Then very, very special thanks to these three persons I have to say. One is Ramesh. Ramesh, 1960 or so, he was a student, M.Tech student. Then he became a PhD student. Then he became a colleague. Now he has become a retired colleague. He is about to retire and he is going to join the retired family. And more than that, after retirement, now he is actually in all these days, he is like my adopted son. My adopted son comes and along with his wife Chitra, comes now and then and takes care of me. I'm extremely thankful for Ramesh, Mrs. Ramesh, for helping me in all the ways, for keeping my health in good condition. And C. Prabhu and Prakash, these are the two persons, even though they converted PhD, SRM, they didn't cut my relations with me. These two persons keep on visiting me, and they are very much interested in my well-being, so I must thank them for all their help. And finally, last but not the least, my family, having a good wife, having good children, it's a secret of the long life. Long life is because of a good wife and good children. So I must thank my wife for Kansalmala for giving me all the things needed in life. So thank you very much. Once again, I thank all of you, in particular all my students. I'm extremely happy, excited. Then more than that, my happiness doubles, and they're in a very, very good position, in particular Dinakar, Ramesh, and Prakash and also. So thank you very much to you, and wish you all the best for your family, a healthy, happy life for all of you. Thank you.
Before we close, I want to say that the man behind the whole thing was Professor Korpadam. Of course, there was a lot of support from Dr. Loganathan, Mr. Prakash, Mr. Prabhu, then Mr. Vasu, and Professor Sita Ramaraju. So
No, sir,
I wish to say this.
It is my pleasure to do it because both are guides. So I already mentioned. The first time I did this Master of Ceremony, if anything went wrong, please accept me my apologies. So my apologies. So sorry for that. So thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your memories, and also finally you shared a lot of tips for youngsters. So I hope, yeah. So maybe 2 minutes. Dr. Prakash, Dr. Prakash is going to the formal vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being part of this joyful occasion. It is truly an honor to stand here today and express my thanks to all those who have made this felicitation ceremony a remarkable success. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to our distinguished chief guest, Professor Chandramouli sir, for gracing us with his presence and inspiring us with his insightful words. Your presence means a lot, and we are deeply grateful for this. I express my heartfelt thanks to our beloved Professor B. Nagalingam sir for having been a source of inspiration throughout, and also for coming all the way gracing this occasion. I also thank you, ma'am, for being a pillar of support for Professor at all times. Our esteemed dignitaries who are present here and those participating in online, a big thanks to all for your unwavering support and for sharing your beautiful memories today. We are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful group of people around us. On a personal note, I wish to thank the organizing committee, Professor A. Ramesh sir,
Professor E. Purpadam sir, Professor M. Loganathan sir, Professor Sitaram Raju sir, Mr. Vasu sir, Mr. Nitin S. Kulkarni sir, for the dedication in making this event a grand success. Your efforts have been truly invaluable. I also extend my appreciation to Professor G.P. Prabhu Kumar sir, Mr. C. Prakash sir, Professor Krishnan sir, Dr. Jabat Dinagaran sir, and Professor Leena Jesumartin sir for their participation and for inspiring us with your words of wisdom. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Nagarajan sir, Mr. M.K. Subramanian sir, Mr. Michael John Bose sir, Mr. Babu sir, Mr. Velu sir for their valuable presence, and to all others who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this event a grand success. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to Mr. David Balraj for creating the audio-visual presentation that has brought back so many nostalgic memories of our beloved professor. Your great contribution has truly added a special touch on this occasion. I thank you all once again, and may you all have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you. இல்ல சார், நீங்க அப்படியே உட்காந்துருங்க சார். இல்ல சார், மேம் நீங்களும் வாங்க சார். இல்ல சார், சார் மேடமும் உட்காந்துருக்கேன் சார், 2 பேரும். அதான் இங்க அப்படியே உட்காருங்க சார், நான் அப்படியே சேர்ல ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் சார். இது வேணாம் சார், இதுல உட்காருங்களா? வேணாம் சார், இதுல உட்காந்துங்க சார். நீங்க அப்படியே திரும்பி உட்காருங்க. இல்ல அப்படியே ஆமா சார், இதான் சார், இங்க உட்காந்துருங்க சார். நீங்க நான் மேடம் வேணும் இங்க நோக்கி. சரி அப்படியே உட்காந்து சார். சார் சார் வாங்க சார். இல்ல சார், இல்ல நோ சார், நோ சார், நோ. இல்ல சார், சார கொஞ்சம் இல்ல சார், சார கொஞ்சம் அப்படியே முன்னாடி நமக்கு அப்படியே இருங்க சார், அப்படியே இருங்க. ஓகே, இந்த ரோ நிக்கலாம் சார். சார் இங்க உட்காந்து சார், ரைட்ல அப்படியா? ஓகே சார். சார் நீங்க இங்க வந்துருங்க சார். சார் இங்க வாங்க சார், நீங்க சார் இங்க வந்து சார். சார் வாங்க, நீங்க போங்க சார். வாங்க சார். இல்ல ஒரு ரூபா அப்படி சேர் போட்டு இப்படி ஓரமா இப்படி உட்காந்துடலாமா சார்? சார் நீங்க சேர் உட்காந்துருங்க சார், ஒரே நிமிஷம். என்னங்க சார், என்னங்க சார், நீங்க சார் உட்காருங்க ப்ளீஸ். அங்க ஒரு 2 சேர் போடுங்க, இன்னொரு சேர் போடுங்க சார். நீங்க சார் உட்காருங்க சார், உட்காருங்க சார், உட்காருங்க மேம், இங்க உட்காருங்க. இப்ப நீ போனு கொடுப்பா ஒரு நிமிஷம். இல்ல இதை வேற சேர் போடுறேன், உட்காரு மேம். நீங்க உட்காருங்க. இந்தப்பா நீங்க உட்காந்து உட்காருங்க. சார் நீங்க இங்க உட்காருங்க, இங்க உட்காருங்க, நீங்க உட்காருங்க. அவ்வளவுதான் சார். எஸ் சார். போதுமா? ஹலோம்மா, சொல்லுமா, என்னம்மாச்சு? நான் அவனை வந்து பர்மிஷன் வாங்கி வைக்க சொல்லுமா. நான் இன்னும் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் முடியல, நான் எப்படியும் நைட்டுக்குள்ளே போயிடுவேன். எப்படியும் நான் அவனை வாங்கி வச்சா தான் கூப்பிட்டு வர முடியும். வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லை. ஏதாவது ஃபோன் பண்ணானா? சரிம்மா, நான் ஒரு நம்பர்